single patent I'd authored would immediately revert to a holding trust controlled by me. But we'd gone further. 5 years ago, when the Pentagon started requiring digital documentation for all contractor IP, I'd become paranoid about them losing that original contract in some bureaucratic shuffle. So, I'd coded a dependency into the licensing server that handled our defense contracts. The blockchain escrow, Michael said, scrolling through encrypted files still active. It's passive monitoring. The patent registry numbers are linked to a digital token that validates our Pentagon contracts. The company holds the operational lease. I hold the master key. The moment a termination notice gets filed to stop my payroll, the system automatically pings the escrow server. Michael grinned like a submarine
All right,
commander
lads.
just locked onto an
I'll
enemy
give you
destroyer.
Blackbeard's
If the
honesty
escrow doesn't
then.
receive a cause validation code within the grace period, the lease expires. All 34 patents revert to my personal holding
You
trust.
ask me, can this
48-hour
new
grace
captain
period built in
promise
just
you a
in case
life
of
of
clerical errors,
prizes,
paperwork
plunder,
delays. Michael checked his watch.
an adventure?
We walked out at 10 a.m. It's now
Aye.
2:30 p.m. Clock's ticking and Lawrence
Amongst all
doesn't
the
even know there's
gentlemen
a
of
bomb under his
fortune
desk.
sailing these
I
West
spent the next
Indies,
24 hours in full
he
tactical mode.
ranks amongst
Set
the
up my
most
command
clever.
post in the dining room. 3 monitors.
There was a time when I thought myself
Strong enough to fuel a
the
destroyer's
deadliest
boiler.
scourge of
I
these
couldn't access
seas.
company servers directly with my revoked clearance, but I didn't need to. I knew the
But
architecture
this
of every
man
system I built.
is a fearsome dog that feeds on trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing,
Interface slapped on top of my original radar processing engines.
fighting like a devil, dressed as a man.
Detection updates. Every time the Air Force ran stealth aircraft simulations, they were hitting
And he's a canny one.
converted garage 15 years ago.
Knows his way around every crag and crevice of these islands.
Building radar components for us.
So of his fortune and adventure you seek,
We received very
and
strange
Captain
orders
Edward
from our new
Kenway
purchasing
from
director.
only
They can't hold the military-grade
don't
sensor
meddle in
arrays
his
and double the
private
order of
affairs.
commercial-grade units. We told
For there's
them the
more
time was
mystery to that
for naval
man
applications, but they insisted.
than even
What
I
exactly did they say?
thereas.
Mr. Winters claimed military specifications were overcomplicated and that commercial sensors would be adequate for defense contracts. We warned him about software erosion and electromagnetic interference. I said cost reduction was the priority. I looked up, staring at the screen in disbelief. Lawrence wasn't just stripping my recognition from the patents. He was actively sabotaging the technology by cutting corners on critical components. If those commercial-grade sensors failed on a destroyer in hostile waters, American sailors could die. And since my name was on every patent, I'd be the one facing congressional hearings when the investigation started. Called Michael immediately. Send the reversion notice. We can't just protect intellectual property anymore. We're talking about national security. The first tremor hit the company Wednesday morning, exactly 48 hours after my termination paperwork hit the Pentagon's contractor database. My phone started lighting up at 9:15 a.m. with texts from engineers still on the inside. Radar validation systems down. Pentagon portal showing. License expiry warnings. All defense contracts showing authentication failures. I sat in my kitchen drinking coffee, watching the chaos unfold through remote diagnostics on the public F-facing contract servers. Response times were flatlining across all Department of Defense connections. The digital lease token had expired right on schedule. At 10:30 a.m., my phone rang. Corporate switchboard. Let it go to. At 10:45, it rang again. At 11:10, my personal cell buzzed with a call from Lawrence Winters himself. I put it on speaker and leaned back. In my chair. Richard. His voice had lost all that slick MBA charm. Now he sounded like a submarine captain whose reactor had just scrammed. We seem to be experiencing technical difficulties with our Pentagon contracts. All defense systems are showing license validation errors. I know. I wrote those validation protocols. Long silence. The kind of silence you get when someone realizes they've just triggered a torpedo they didn't know was in the water. This is sabotage of a defense contractor. That's federal crime territory, Richard. Treason charges. FBI, NSA, the whole alphabet soup at your door within the hour. It's not sabotage, Lawrence. It's contract law. You should have read the fine print before you shredded the document that kept 34 defense patents operational. The contract is destroyed. It was standard at will employment. The paper copy you shredded was just a backup. The real terms were digitally registered with the Pentagon's contractor database 5 years ago. Clause 14, subsection B. Automatic reversion of all intellectual property rights upon termination without gross cause. You fired me without cause. Every radar patent, every signal processing algorithm, every stealth detection system, they're all mine again. You're completely time. Not according to the Founders Protection Protocol the Pentagon required when we became a classified contractor. They didn't have money to pay competitive salaries for experienced Navy personnel. So, they offered me intellectual property insurance instead. You just fired the landlord of the technology that runs your entire defense operation. Fix it. Reactivate the systems now, or I will personally ensure you never work in defense contracting again. I can't reactivate anything. It's automated escrow managed by Pentagon protocols. Only way to generate new license keys is for the legal owner of the intellectual property, that's me, to sign a new licensing agreement. And frankly, considering you're putting commercial-grade sensors on military radar systems, I'm not sure I want my technology associated with your cost-cutting operations. That hit him like a guided missile to the bridge. His breathing actually stopped for a moment. How do you know about the sensors? I built these systems to protect American lives, and you're compromising them for quarterly profit margins. Listen to me, Lawrence said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You're playing a game you cannot win. We have resources. You can't imagine. Pentagon contacts, federal prosecutors on speed dial. We will bury you in national security litigation for 20 years. You'll die bankrupt and under investigation. Maybe, I said, leaning back in my kitchen chair, but your current clients, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, the entire Pacific Fleet, they need their radar systems running today. How long do you think they'll wait while you sue the guy who invented their threat detection algorithms? An hour? A day? They'll void your contracts by Friday and find a contractor who actually owns their technology. I hung up and smiled for the first time in 48 hours. 10 minutes later, Michael called. Just got a frantic email from their general counsel. They want an emergency meeting. Claims there's been a misunderstanding regarding your employment termination and security clearance status. They want to rehire me. They want to put the nuclear genie back in the reactor. They'll offer your job back, probably with a raise and restored clearance just to get the defense systems reactivated. Then once the Pentagon contracts are secure, they'll find some classified information violation to fire you for real next month.
I can hear.
So, some very interesting news on the gaming front. So, in California, they are advancing a law that would potentially prevent games, especially like MMO games, from having their online services taken away. Which I find interesting. I don't remember all the associated names with all this, but there's essentially there's two sides to the conflict here. We have one side which apparently is legacy gaming companies who are like, well, if we want to shut down online service for games, then we're going to do it. Fuck everything else and fuck the players. On the other side, we have the opposing force, who is saying that that shouldn't happen. Gamers are getting screwed by it, and we deserve something out of this. So this bill that is advancing through California's governmental structures at the moment is basically providing three options here. All right? So, option one is the companies keep the online servers open, and keep things going as normal. Option two is the companies shut down the servers, but allow like third parties and stuff to make what amounts to proxy servers, as I understand it, that will keep the online space going and allow these games to continue being played online. Well, four options now that I think about it. Option three is that companies overhaul the games and make it so that they can be played offline. Or four is they shut down the online services for the game, but in return for doing so, they pay players essentially at least the price of the game itself. Now, I don't know if by price of the game they mean like price at the time the game shut down, which would most likely be really low because we've become pretty adept at learning about when companies plan to shut down servers way ahead of time, which in turn tends to drop the price of any game with an online server that's being shut down. Which is interesting. Or if by price of the game they'll go by like what the gamer actually paid for the game. Or if they'll go by the price of the game at its height. Like, there's a lot of possibilities for what price of the game would mean. And you also have to wonder if by price of the game they're going to include any potential, like, microtransactions or DLC content or things of that nature that the player may have spent money on. Like, give you an example. I bought Diablo 4 as a pre-order. And I bought the highest caliber version of the game because I was expecting quite a bit from it. And I was obviously sorely fucking disappointed. So I spent like 120, 130 bucks with tax and stuff included on my copy. Let's say that this bill became law, say, next month. Alright? And let's say that I lived in California. And then the month after the bill became law, Blizzard under Microsoft decided to completely shut down Diablo 4. Now, there is kind of sort of an offline mode to D4. Technically, it can be played by yourself. You don't have to have anybody playing the game with you. It's just massively more difficult to do so. But there's no, like, true offline mode for it. So they shut the server down and they decide to go with the last option, which is pay the players the price of the game. Let's say I'd also spent like 50 bucks in microtransactions on the game. So, given that I paid somewhere between 130 and 100 or 120 and 130 bucks to pre-order the game, plus spent about 50 bucks in microtransactions, if they went with that fourth option, like, what would I get back? Would I get back just the money I paid for the game itself? Would I get back at least part or maybe all of the money I spent on the microtrans? Like, it's an interesting concept, and I like where it's going. I do. I like the idea they're running with on this bill. And frankly, I think if it could get passed in Cali and become law, I think it should become law on a federal level. I appreciate that, Sonny. How you doing, darling? Because there are, if you think about it, there are a lot of older games that were online that really deserve preservation.
I'ma tase you. I'ma tase you. You may have seen in the news a federal jury in Michigan just awarded $4 million to a man who got his eyeballs squished.
Like I'll name a couple of games. There's all the PS3 Yu-Gi-Oh games. There's the Legacy of the Duelist games for Yu-Gi-Oh, which to me are the absolute pinnacle of Yu-Gi-Oh, especially modern Yu-Gi-Oh games.
The Clinton Township Police apparently didn't have much going on that day, so they sent the cavalry, 8 police cruisers in total, who scrambled to the scene, even speeding and...
There's the original Red Dead Redemption, which, while it did recently get a remastered re-release, still doesn't actually have, as far as I can tell, online services, where it used to. And that was one of the greatest online games I ever played. I love that community. That was one of the best online communities I'd ever played with. Black Ops 3 for COD. Absolutely amazing game. Again, one of the best.
The officer took one of his hands, put it on our guy, pulled him, and then punched with his other
Online
hand.
communities I ever played a COD game with. And one of the best general online communities I ever played a game with, period. Like, there are games out there that absolutely, positively deserve to be preserved, have their online abilities preserved.
Kids who were cutting through yards, and she said, I don't know what they're
But
doing. It could be suspicious.
right now, that's not happening.
Response from the police, and she said, look, just, I want somebody to drive.
And I think that's
Community policing, like, just see what's going on, right? And this lady testified in her
honestly kind of sad.
So the police said, Clinton Township Police Department says like 8 cars. We have footage right from the beginning. They're amped up and looking for a beat, right? So they drive into oncoming traffic to chase and find our client, which was completely unnecessary.
Where is your client when officer said he first sees him?
So our client gets off a bus. He's going to a job site to do some work, and he cuts through a yard, okay? And when the officer arrives, he sees him walking down the street. There's no sidewalks in this particular area, so you kind of have to walk on the side of the street, and he's just walking down the street, right? And the police officer tries to, starts like aggressively, like, you know, stop. We want to talk to you. And our guy who's had some not so pleasant experiences with the police in the past, who hadn't done anything wrong at this point, who didn't have any illegal items on him or anything, but had some negative experiences with the police, said, I don't want to talk to you, I didn't do anything. You know, he just got off of the bus. And so he walked away. That's when the officer started to, like, go on this, like, rampage to go and try to arrest him, apparently, or detain him. And then he took off running at that point.
I'm gonna tase you. Yeah, baby. At the time that he
Has any crime even been reported to the officer?
No, the only thing that was reported was there was 2 kids in the neighborhood walking through backyards. That was it.
Like, I don't know what the rest of y'all think of this. Like, I don't know if you think it'd be a good idea. But I do. I think these games absolutely deserve to be preserved and protected.
No force was really necessary here. I had given up. He had said, so, I mean,
Reload! Won't miss next time.
Bloody missed! All sail! She'll take it! Fire!
Missed! On the hook's tight.
Who's up? Eat her stick! Fire!
Got the angle wrong.
Her cannon! Get on the ring! Fire! That's that! Good shot to the river!
Another hit and wait to David.
Incoming fire!
What's your name, man? What's your name? What was it? Phoenix.
Did the officer testify as to what his purported justification was for the punch?
Yeah, so the officers,
Captain Town.
and up the which was clear from the video. I mean, he was kind of excited to be able to do this. The justification was our client was not submitting, and it was the famous resisting. It was kind of ambiguous how our client was resisting because he was literally on the ground, tried to do a strike to the body and missed because he blamed our client, said that our client basically moved into his punch, which caused him to sucker punch in the face. The video, is kind of bloody and at the time of punch, so we slowed it down and we showed the jury frames. And if you frame it out, you can actually see what happened was the officer took one of his hands, put it on our guy, pulled it, and then punched with his other hand. So the video did not support the officer's story about why he used force. These are always tough cases, you know. It's a hard one.
Fire!
Clients.
On your mark, coming! Forces coming after us! Fire! There ain't Spanish!
Cannon ready!
I appreciate this is a great show and thanks for having me here. It's just
Fire!
Hold on!
Cost the taxpayers $4 million. Not only did they not discipline me, but they voted him. Just absolutely insane.
Ready to fire, sir! Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Loose tops and royals! Fire! No! Fire! Concentrate on the task at hand, sir! Fire! Put a shot by fire! You won't leave us space enough to ram us, Captain! Fire! Fire! On your mark, Captain! Fire! Fire! Off target! Fire! Now get it out! That's section fire! Ready, deploy yourself! Toss the mains! Get the mains free! Loose main suits! Main suits! There's down the deck! Deny that! Pull! Reel the lubbers in!
held on every inch of sail! Close down! Down your seats! Starboard, sir! Floating booty there for the taking, sir!
Incoming ship!
Awaiting order!
Fire! Double will bear attack! Fire! Raise the bar!
Taking damage here! Fire! Go! We'll need the carp loose and swim through! Captain! Fire! More sail, sir! Reloading! Ready to fire! Fire!
Look, Captain, I won't waste your time! On your mark, Captain! Another reason will fire the Captain!
Incoming fire! Fire! Go! Firing! Taking shot!
That raises a legitimate concern as to whether the continued demand for identification and the decision to cross the threshold of the home investigative purpose, whether it constituted a lawful escalation of the encounter that terminated once officers get broken.
Stop a moment.
¿Puedo ayudarlo?
I didn't catch the last name, so if you'd like to give me your last name and date of birth, that's all I'm asking for at this point. But at this point, you're refusing to.
I don't answer questions. Answer questions.
She's being a little bit more involved.
Estupendo, tenga un buen día. ¿Puedo ayudarlo en algo?
I didn't know that.
I called you right when you had the door.
What happened, Scott? No, I got called for it. That's wrong.
Stop. Just stop. You need to go ahead and do the whole Fifth Amendment. Stop talking, Mom. I don't understand what your problem is. You're acting like this little sheep. It's weird. Mom, just stop talking. Tell him to leave, and that's it. You're upsetting my mom. She doesn't have to go to the hospital because of what you guys are doing.
Well, you're the one that made this a much bigger issue than it needed to be, Scott.
We told you it was arguing on the phone with your left.
No, we have a duty to investigate to make sure there's not anything further underlying that we can't.
Well, now you know. I'm still here. You can cool, man. You only put there. I like to close the door. It's like 20 degrees outside. It's not very protective, sir, of you. I'm trying to talk to my mom about not cooperating with fascists, but she doesn't listen. It's weird. It's like 2,000 brutality and rights violation videos I've been watching. Just years ago.
A lot of those areas.
I don't know why you guys do it. Just why become a cop if you're going to abuse innocents? Rights right now. You lied and said I have to provide my ID to you, which is a lie. You blocked the door from being closed by putting
Mil gracias.
Look that law. I promise you, sir.
I don't care what you say. You are right now. When I close the door and your foot's on the door, and you already know that it was just an argument on the phone, and you know my identity.
As Officer Harris is done speaking with your mom, we'll get out of your hair.
Captain's at the house. Get the mainsails into the wind!
They're not going to find anything wrong with you. We responded here for a domestic disturbance.
Hold on, I can close the door.
To investigate. And when we investigate that and determine either A, a crime was committed, or B, a crime wasn't committed,
And arresting people who make false calls. Like I see, so many cops violating rights over false calls. Where neighbors say, oh,
Let's hear you sing.
this guy's being violent, this guy never get there.
Ready to fire, sir? Stunts up! Let's get moving! Roll along! On your seats! Ready to fire, sir! Avoid the round old monster! None of them shield! Read them every truck!
I know because I was staring at the clock on the wall behind me, counting the seconds until
face! We gotta hit him!
Weathersfield County Family Court felt like it had been sucked down through the vents.
Give me some speed!
Deadwood Ashgrove placed his hand flat on the table.
Throw the door on, lad!
Give the order, sir!
Sure, we dispensed out guns.
Someone there, Captain! Fire!
Ain't up, let's go!
Let's catch some wind! Brace the boards, we're coming together!
Elsa's version of life. Ramona, my wife, seated at the opposite table.
Hold down and clew up!
Hold on!
And up some stairs!
Man your stairs, and trim too!
The overhead fluorescence as she reached for a pen, and I thought about how I bought her that bracelet in Savannah 3 years ago, standing outside a shop on Broad Street while Margot ate a waffle cone and dripped chocolate on my shoe. Judging her second pen down, he adjusted his
Fire!
Hit her from a safe place!
supervisor
Awaiting your mark, Captain!
at a facility in Park.
Fire!
Supervised on a child support instruction.
Fire! The mind that she's fire! Fire! Here it comes! Send it out! Fire! Back for the moment! Go to it, the fire!
Years together, the way she'd been taught at Bridgeport Academy, where they still believed in manners and posture and the kind of discipline.
I'm the hell! You will break us apart!
Fire! Fire! Burn him! Clue up! Clue up! Get the mainsails into the wing! Hold! Fire! Give the order, sir! Fire!
The mortar would be ideal from long range.
Fire!
Careful, Captain!
That cloud got us square!
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
Let's do it! Suppose take the shot!
Fire! Fire!
Shot to triple out! It's a boarding the wrong way shot there!
They're on their ball and head!
He'd been on the bench in Weathersfield County for 22 years, and I've been told by 3 different attorneys that he ran his courtroom like a submarine captain, quiet, absolute, and allergic to nonsense. He looked at Terry Monaco as the judge showed me this recording. No, Your Honor.
Listen to Maggot!
Traveling on the way! That's the try!
A Samsung tablet. Excellent things that had I saw the summer after we moved in. The camera angle was low, tapped the phone on the shelf of our counter, and slightly tilted, catching the left half of the room and part of the hallway. Ramona was standing in the aisle. She was on the phone. The audio was clear, uncomfortably clear, and her voice filled the courtroom like she was standing in the middle of it. No, the account's in my mother's name. He doesn't know. He's never replied. Silence from the other end. Then Ramona again. It's got just over 214,000 in it. I've been moving it in small amounts since February. The transfers look like grocery runs and subscription charges. His accountant doesn't flag anything under 600. My hands
Keep
were
us safe,
on the table. Declan's pants stopped moving. I didn't look at it. I looked at the screen. There was a noise, then a voice. Man, coming through the phone speaker. Loud enough for the tablet picked it up and said, "In the house." Ramona laughed. Not a nervous laugh. A comfortable one. The kind of laugh you use.
Clues down! Catch some wind!
Like this for a long time.
Man's loose! We have the news!
My attorney already has the language ready. Garrison doesn't even know the house is encumbered. He thinks the equity is untouched. The male voice again. What about the kid?
Hold down! Hold down! Loose mainsail!
He's presenting herself as a devoted, stable, primary caregiver.
Got us that tight!
That's how custody
Fire! We're going to hit them! Fire! Fire! Ready to fire! Fire! Caution, Edward!
We talked about this. Close to 14 months, and then we moved the deed into the trust.
Fire! Fire! We all won't miss next time.
She didn't say anything. She just
Fire!
Marco, and the bush was so sudden.
Ready! Just say the word, Captain. Hold in!
Sit down, she hissed. Sit down right now. Ramona didn't sit. She stood there, held in place by her attorney's grip and the bailiff's proximity. And she looked at Marco with an expression I will never forget. It wasn't anger. It wasn't shame. It was the look of someone who has just realized that the one variable they didn't control was the one that mattered most. Marco didn't flinch. She sat in her chair, hands on her knees, braids slightly crooked, and looked back at her mother with steady, unblinking clarity. Judge Mormon paused the video. The court
Fire! Fire! Shoot the water! Awaiting your mark! Frigates! Spanish enjoy! Fire! Fire! They're on the border! Ease off the wind!
petitioner discusses in detail the existence of an undisclosed financial account contained
Loose and swim too! As much sail as you
Hold
can!
tight, Hurricane!
deeds or encumbrance the respondent was not informed of.
To larboard, sir! Human Brunson, Captain! Think
For financial advantage. He said the way he read her ratings on the serial boss. Flat, factual, devastating. His boss was your client's financial disclosure complete. Sherilyn Stone. She was good. Lucky for that. She'd been practicing family law in Wethersfield County for 16 years, and she knew that hopes were hit without showing. But there are limits to what composure can do when rapidly entering this territory. I was not aware of the false report. I will need to. That was my question. I asked whether your client's financial disclosure was
Clipper! Get off it, Captain!
Last man, keep the boot!
Fire! Forward, suppose! Take the shots up! Ready to ball! Drag them to that dude! could use some good men.
I picked it up with both hands, and he tore it in half. Not symbolically, not gently. He gripped it at the center fold and pulled it apart the way you tear a phone book. And the sound of the paper separating was sharp and clean and firm. He placed both halves.
Hey, Mystic, welcome in.
Blues down, had some wind.
The court's prior findings regarding residential custody, visitation, and support are suspended pending a full evidentiary hearing on the matters raised by the recording. Sherman Smith, Your Honor, we have a request. You will request nothing at this time. Ms. Voss, your client is now facing potential contempt of court charges, sanctions for fraudulent disclosure, and referral to the county prosecutor's office for investigation of financial fraud. I suggest you spend the next 72 hours advising your client on the severity of her position.
Swim us off the wind.
He turned to Declan.
Pull the main. Brief those gunners.
Emergency motion for temporary sole custody within 24 hours. Until such time as the motion is heard, the child will remain with the respondent.
Ahoy, Captain. Is this to go underground?
The court will also issue an immediate order freezing all accounts in Mrs. Kessler Whitmore's name or in the name of any entity she controls, pending forensic accounting review. Ms. Pagano, please prepare the order for my signature before the close of business today. Lenora Pagano nodded from her desk, already typing. Additionally, the tenant will be held in court custody until the evidentiary hearing. He paused, put his glasses back on.
Unfurl main. Let's move. Who's down?
This matter is continued. We are adjourned. The gavel everyone standing, chairs spreading, paper shuffling. Ramona was escorted out through the urgent cadence of an attorney in full damage control mode. Ramona didn't look back. She didn't look at me. She didn't look at Margot. I stood at the table for a moment, my hands still flat on the surface, and Declan put his hand on my shoulder. Garrison, he said quietly, go to your daughter. I walked around the table, through the gate that separated the well from the gallery, and knelt down in front of Margot's chair. She continued.
Gather. Royal. Stop.
And she said something that I will carry in my chest for the rest of my life. I heard her on the phone. Daddy, I didn't know what he meant at first, so I listened again. And then I recorded it because Mrs. Prentice at school says that when someone is doing something wrong, you should tell it grown up. But you with a grown up she was doing wrong too. So I kept it. But I didn't, because she wasn't crying, and she earned the right to set the emotional temperature of that moment. How long ago did you record it? I asked. 3 weeks. She was talking to him in the kitchen at his
To starboard. Shipwreck survivor.
My 9-year-old daughter had carried a recording of her mother's betrayal. And she hadn't told anyone until she was sitting in a courtroom watching a judge sign away her father's life. Terry Bonneville touched my arm. Mr. Whitmore, I'll be filing my report with the court this afternoon. Based on what I observed today, my recommendation is going to change significantly. Thank you, I said. It was the only thing I could manage. The clan appeared beside us.
All right, now let's go for your warehouse, apparently.
I've already texted my paralegal. We'll have the temporary sole custody petition drafted before lunch. I nodded. One more thing, Declan said. He lowered his voice.
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
Larboard. Some wrecked cargo in drift here, sir.
Accounts and amounts under 600. You need your accountant to hold every transaction from the last 2 years. Tonight, I'll call Peterson Gold now. Good. And the voice on the recording. The man. We need to identify him. If he's involved in the deed transfer, he's a party to the fraud. The prosecutor's office will want a name. I looked at Margot. She was zipping up her backpack, adjusting the owl patch that had started to peel up one corner. She looked up at me. The man's name is Colton, she said. She calls him Colton. He came to the house once when we were at Grandpa Lyle's. He drove a gray truck. The clan wrote it down. He didn't react. Attorneys don't react. They absorb.
That's the man of war, sir.
We walked out of the courtroom together. Me, Margot, and Declan through the long corridor of the Weathersfield County Courthouse.
Warship incoming, Captain. Man of war, sir. Spanish ensign. They're all alone, sir. Bloody miss.
The wheel you swerve. Awaiting orders.
And she said my arm the way she used to when she was
Captain, look, water.
That's not his fault. He put his hand in his
Fire. Take it to the shot, Captain. Fire as many bullets Ready to march, sir. Fire! One from there, Captain. Fire! Shot to triple out. Fire! They've landed a solid bag of fire! Look at the wrong place with fire! Awaiting orders, sir. Fire! Yes, sir. Shot to triple out. Fire! Fire! Always exposed. That's a shot, sir.
Motherfucker!
He'll fold in 6 months. He always folds. I didn't fold. The next 3 days moved with the kind of bureaucratic precision that only the legal system can produce when a judge is personally offended. Al Morval delivered his preliminary report on Wednesday. A spreadsheet showing 187...
More sail! More sail!
Party like! Routed to an account at a credit union in Bakerfield under the name Lorraine Kessler, among his mother. 214...
Shit, I keep missing the Pokepukes. Oh well.
Enemy making for us, sir! Man of war, sir! Spaniards! Just the low shit, Captain! Fire! Mortar Scanway! Ready to fire, Captain!
this next time.
Fire! Fire! Only time the number will hear that down. Fire! Fire! Fire!
Almost ready, sir.
Rip the yards off the wind! He's weak and right back up! Ground it over!
We're ready,
Fire!
Cannon ready!
Fire!
Make him back up. Ready to spit, sir.
We're going to hit that!
Walking with the kind of deliberate pace that meant she was thinking about something. She got in the car.
Ease off the wind!
She got it. Not acceleration on, not leaning on, a confirmation on. Let she know. Let she know.
Oh, got it! Quiet! Stop! Hold it in! Get off the wind!
Mains out. Let's go.
Loose door! Let's move! All field loose and stairs tight!
Bryce, we gotta hit him.
Gray truck where now the county prosecutor's run. And my daughter, who had carried a secret for 3 weeks and delivered it at exactly the right moment to exactly the right person in exactly the right room, was sitting in the passenger seat asking about waffles. I didn't fold.
I'm done talking. Use your ego. What? No, you don't want right here. You interfere with police investigation now. This is official. You will back off and let me conduct my police investigation of this crash. Simple as that.
Don't forget it to coil!
Who up top? Douse those men.
Loose main sail!
Crowd on all the sail we have.
Aubrey, come out! Cargo address there! Douse the royal! Off!
Muzzle that
Get the mainsails into the wind!
Get up those shrouds. Let's move. Bearing hard for cliffs, Captain.
Get them aloft! Douse all sail!
Oil off. Bring it all in.
Give me some speed!
Nail off and loose
Roll
roll.
all!
Bring it all sail. Jam and tight.
Shortly after, he reached out to me to give me direction as well. November of 2021, and the video is currently sitting just around that time. John Butler, background and context of the incident, provided timestamps for his video explaining key moments of the encounter. It included Arizona revised statutes that were allegedly violated by Officer Moravec, and even detailed allegations of the officer's violations of the Phoenix Police Department's operations orders. His complaint was laid out similar to a motion in a civil lawsuit.
Okay.
The attorney is responsible for guiding a judge to the applicable law and then demonstrating the court's authority to enforce it. John followed that theory with writing his complaint, which is why he received a phone call from a detective within the Phoenix Police Department in December of 2021, 4 months after the incident.
Hello to Sam! Get on that man's seat, trim too!
Immediately after Officer Kozar tells the brothers that they are there to protect them, Captain Zuba shuts Joe for no apparent reason.
We're headed straight for land, sir! As much sail as you can! We ride the wind! We're all his work!
And Captain Zuba can be seen beelining directly to it to take it into his possession.
Let it go. It's not long.
Starboard! Some sort of cargo there, sir!
Captain Zuba is then seen talking into the ear of Tomorrow just before his body cam is shut down.
Cruise up! Eat us next! Unfurl mains! Let's move! I know she's a good sailor. Now prove it by trust. Get starboard! Some wrecked cargo adrift here, sir.
They realized that the cell phone was missing, and the evidence log did not include the phone either. The judge dismissed
Oh, that's too many of those to take on at one shot. Especially in a somewhat depleted condition.
they were visited by detectives to investigate the possible criminal actions of the officers and to do a lineup of those present on scene.
We're bearing down on land, Captain.
80% sure that's it. Sorry.
You can just sign it and write what percentage you believe it's underneath it is. Okay, what percentage are you sure? That we present the facts to the prosecutor.
Another hit way to David, Captain. Ready to fire, sir. He'll take it. I've hit the star. Fire! Now firing, sir. Enemy fire. Reach the topsail. Gather. Fire! It is firing. Give the order, sir. Los is door. Take some damage here. Just about big face, Hammond.
Damn it!
Officers knew why. The brothers claimed that they would have signed the citations if presented with them.
Were you willing to sign it, or did you refuse to sign it?
I think I'm pretty sure I signed it because this scared me. They said it'd be like 72 hours in jail if I didn't sign it versus 6 hours for the disorderly conduct.
Had it not been for Officer DeMorrow, this entire incident would have been swept under the rug, with no footage to combat the officer's alleged false arrest, alleged assault, and disappearance of the cell phone. The cost of the missing cell phone is presumed to be included in the settlement, and at this time, it is unclear
All the lanes, get off the wind!
any of the officers
All hearty, lads! Furl those lanes! Loose and catch the wind! They are aloft! Do not leave them muzzled! Get them aloft! Down some...
1766, German mathematician numbers may notice something strange about our solar system. The planets weren't randomly scattered. They followed a mathematical pattern. Here's how it worked. They start at 0.4 astronomical units from the sun. 1 astronomical unit is the distance from the sun to the Earth. So you take that 0.4, and double the distance for each new planet. That sequence perfectly predicts the orbits of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. When another German astronomer, Johann Rode, published this formula in 1772, Rode predicted the orbits of all 6 known planets. planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. All there, right where the math said they were made. But the formula predicted something else. Between Mars and Jupiter, at exactly 2.8 astronomical units from the Sun, there should be another planet. A big one. In 1781, they found Uranus, exactly where Bode's law said it was, even though the formula was created before anyone knew Uranus existed. There was this missing planet between Mars and Jupiter. Well, on New Year's Day, 1801, Italian astronomer Giuseppe Piazzi found something. A small object orbiting at 2.77 astronomical units, almost exactly where Bode's law said the missing planet should be. He named it Ceres. But Ceres was tiny, less than 600 miles across. A little smaller than Texas. And astronomers found Pallas, and more and more. By 1850, they found 13 objects in the same region. Today, we know of millions of rocks in orbit in that zone. We call it the asteroid belt. Now, some scientists said these were just leftover building materials, debris that never formed a planet. But a German astronomer named Wilhelm Olbers had a different idea. What if a planet did form there? And what if something destroyed it? He named a hypothetical planet the name Phaeton, after the Greek god who lost control of the sun's chariot and nearly destroyed Earth. When critics pointed out
Pokeballs out, folks.
enough mass for a whole planet, Olbers had an answer. If a planet exploded in the vacuum of space, most of it wouldn't stick around. The debris would reach escape velocity. Some would fall into the sun, some would fly off into deep space, some would vaporize. What we see today, maybe 5% of the original mass, is exactly what we'd expect to find from a massive planet that was destroyed. Then Neptune was discovered in 1846. That didn't fit Bode's law at all. Critics said the whole Bode's law thing was a coincidence. But many planners saw it differently. Neptune was wrong. It had been altered. Uranus was spinning on its side. Pluto's orbit is tilted and erratic. These mountains, they were stars, remnants of an ancient catastrophe in the solar system. There's only
Gotta let myself heal.
the violent, instantaneous destruction of an entire planet. The math, the patterns, the debris, explain everything. Bode's law wasn't wrong. The massive planet was there, and now it's gone. And he can prove it.
I am going to loot because I can.
This is more like it.
Hey, trophy earned. Owned. I completed every activity in a single location. Total trophy progress, 28%. I mean, it looks like I did kill him. He's not showing up on the map anymore. Alright, I gotta run the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
was allegedly speeding. Mr. Donner honked his horn at Trooper Wingo, and Trooper Wingo responded by making a full 360-degree turn, passing another vehicle and pulling behind Mr. Donner with his lights flashing. When Mr. Donner pulled to the side of the road and stopped, Trooper Wingo crashed into him with his cruiser.
Pull into the parking lot. Pull into the parking lot.
Okay, I feel better. There we go.
Fighting or in violent, threatening, or tumultuous behavior makes unreasonable or excessive noise in a public place, uses abusive or obscene language, or makes an obscene gesture in a manner likely to provoke a violent or disorderly response. Not only was Mr. Donner's conduct not likely to cause a public disturbance, as he was only speaking to Trooper Wingo, but profanity is protected speech under the First Amendment, and citizens cannot be arrested for simply using curse words. Given the well-established legal precedent protecting the right to use profanity and express disapproval of police officers, a court would almost certainly conclude that Trooper Wingo's actions violated Mr. Donner's constitutional rights.
You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, sir. Me out. And so he can calm down and act like an adult. He's going to sit back in the car. You going to talk to me? You don't let me talk, or you just want to interrupt me entire time now? Okay. And so he can calm down and act like a human being and stop cussing me out for no reason. So I'm trying to explain to him what happened. But he doesn't want to talk, okay? So do you want to let me talk or not? Okay. Now. You're going to calm down, you're going to continue to cuss me out. I'm asking you specific questions. Are you going to accept it? Okay. I'm trying to ask you a question. Morning, quiet.
Here, Trooper Wingo tells Mr. Donner that he doesn't need to invoke his right to silence because he's not being asked incriminating questions. However, the Fifth Amendment applies to a much broader range of interrogations.
Nice.
Incriminating questions. An individual should exercise their right to remain silent in a variety of situations. Citizens cannot be compelled to answer questions when they have reasonable cause to fear consequences from answering the question, or
asked that a responsive answer to the question or an explanation of why it cannot be answered might be dangerous because injurious disclosure could result. It is reasonable for an individual to fear that answering police questions might incriminate them. In this situation, answering even a seemingly innocuous question, such as, "Are you going to calm down now?" could have caused Mr. Donner to unintentionally implicate himself. For instance, if Mr. Donner had agreed to calm down and stop cussing out Trooper Wingo, it could have insinuated that his conduct was unreasonable before he was handcuffed, that he believed that his detention was justified. This is one of the many reasons that a citizen should invoke their right to remain silent when police officers attempt to question them, as when an individual answers a question inexactly or incorrectly, it can be used to incriminate them, even when they are innocent.
Captain, how can I help? Give me some speed!
The cab footage shows that Mr. Donner left plenty of distance between the two vehicles while Trooper
Grab every inch of sail!
Wingo also alleges that
Aloft, lads! Take those royals!
when Mr. Donner stopped his vehicle. The cab cam also shows that he did in fact turn on his emergency lights before the collision occurred. Finally, Trooper Wingo insists that Mr. Donner stopped in the middle of the road when Mr. Donner had clearly pulled into the right lane to yield to the police vehicle. What the video footage also shows is that Trooper Wingo started to make a U-turn without first getting into the middle turning lane. Then, when Mr. Donner honked his horn at him,
Bob it, Captain! Not so sad!
Mr. Donner then
Looks like loose!
slammed into Mr. Donner's vehicle when he stopped. Although Arkansas law does allow police vehicles to disregard traffic laws in some circumstances, they are generally required to follow the same rules of the road as everyone else. The court will probably determine that Trooper Wingo's erratic driving was not only likely responsible for the accident, but it was also illegal.
Hello, Mr. Brigg.
Keep a safe distance! Away, Cannon ready! Fire! Captain! That's one of our fire!
Experience they had with Trooper Wingo, the Donners decided not to fight these charges.
Clues down! Handsome wing!
The couple recently decided to retain an
Who's got those gallons of oil?
lawsuit against Trooper Wingo. Overall, Trooper Wingo gets an F for causing a crash by recklessly operating his motor vehicle, intentionally misrepresenting the facts of the encounter to justify his actions.
Pull us down the hammer, lads! Hey, Swordhammer's hitting my anger, boys!
we've been spoiled.
This fun fact is not fun at all. If you're afraid of spiders, this is the only warning you're gonna get. This is a Sydney funnel web spider. It's arguably the most venomous spider in the world.
Veins out, let's go!
Hashtags and their fangs are strong to bite through your finger. If one bites you, it'll latch on and keep striking to you, eventually shake it off. And the venom they introduce to your body can cause drooling, muscle twitching, and difficulty breathing to the point where you lose consciousness. And it's actually the males that are the worst. These male funnel webs have a special toxin that specifically attacks your nervous system and can shut you down from the inside. But would you believe that's not the worst part? Is that toxin specifically only attacks the nervous system of primates. So while cats, dogs, rabbits, and mice can all walk it off, a monkey can end up on a t-shirt. The thing is, funnel webs are found in Australia. There are no primates named to Australia. No monkeys, nothing. This spider is evolved specifically to catch human bodies. Since it is a neurotoxin without antivenom, you're salting it and as well as 15 minutes. Since this quality death certificate often has a
Crowd it all on!
within Australia, this is better.
Crowd on all the sail
This
we have!
fact is not fun. If you're afraid of spiders, this is the only warning you're going to get. This is a Sydney funnel web spider. It's arguably the most venomous spider in the world. They've turned at least 13 people into hashtags, and their fangs are strong to bite through your finger. One, I know Americans.
Let's talk about
Down to the drink!
It's vulnerable there, Captain.
Ready to fire, sir!
We're ready, sir.
Down the well! Fire! She's weak as Get the main guns into the wind! Yo, heave ho! Heave! Stand on, Desperate! Got one of the squad! That's one of our deck!
My boss cornered me, sign this resignation or I'll make sure you never work again. I signed without argument. He didn't notice I changed one word that transformed it into a legal document against him. The next morning, when HR called him in, his face, sign this now, or I'll make sure you never work in this industry again. The words hung between us as my boss, Finley Burke, slid the resignation letter across the glass conference table. His knuckles whitened against the document's edge, fingers spreading like pale spiders. The conference room felt impossibly small, the walls drawing inward with each shallow breath I took. I need this today, Sarah. His voice dropped to a whisper so the employees passing by couldn't hear. Your performance hasn't met expectations. We both know this is for the best. 3 years of doubling department metrics flashed through my mind. The late nights, the canceled weekends, the ideas he claimed as his own in executive meetings. And now, after I'd questioned those unusual transactions in last quarter's reports, this ambush, I lifted the pen, my vision tunneling to a pinpoint. The resignation letter blurred before me, but one phrase remained crystal clear: voluntary resignation. I glanced up at Finley's triumphant expression, at the security guard lingering just outside the door, and made my decision. What he didn't know was that I'd been preparing for this moment. For weeks, I've documented every irregular request, every questionable directive, every veiled threat. I'd studied employment law until dawn broke through my apartment blinds. I signed without protest, but when Finley stepped away to answer a call, I made one subtle alteration to the standard text. His mistake? Underestimated the power of a single word. Before I continue this story, I need you to understand something important. Knowledge is the weapon that never jams.
Hey, Adidas Dallas, how you doing, brother?
Who seemed untouchable. Stay with me, because what I'm about to share isn't just about revenge. It's about reclaiming your power in a world designed to make you surrender it. My name is Sarah Menon, and until 3 months ago,
Goliath.
I was the lead financial analyst
Ooh,
at
Cop
Backbone
Lady came back in. I haven't seen you in a little bit.
with a
It's been a
master's
few
degree in
days. How you
business
doing?
analytics and a certification in forensic accounting.
Miss Sunny Rains is still here.
Most people describe me as meticulous. Some say obsessive about details. I color code my calendar, alphabetize my spice rack, and can spot a numerical discrepancy like most people notice a flash of lightning. My parents immigrated from India before I was born, settling in a small Midwestern town where my father opened an electronics repair shop. Always check the smallest components first, he'd say, hunched over circuit boards. The tiniest connection often causes the biggest failures. This became my life philosophy. Pay attention to details others overlook. When I joined Beckworth 4 years ago, the company was expanding rapidly, opening new offices across the country. The CEO, Aubrey Beckworth, had a reputation for innovation and inclusivity. The company's slogan, "Building Better Futures Together," adorned every wall, email signature, and coffee mug. I believed in it, perhaps naively. Finley Burke became my direct supervisor 2 years into my tenure. He transferred from the West Coast office with glowing recommendations and an impressive resume. Tall, with prematurely silver hair, and a voice that commanded attention, Finley moved through the office like he owned it. The executive team adored him. The board praised his fresh perspectives. The problems began subtly. First, my name disappeared for project proposal credits. Then came the exclusion from meetings I'd previously attended. My reports required multiple revisions for clarity, while male colleagues with similar findings received immediate approval. "You're being paranoid," my colleague Theo whispered when I mentioned the Finleys just demanded. He's like that with everyone, but he wasn't. I started keeping notes, dates, times, witnesses, exact phrases. When Finley praised Vincent for the quarterly projection model I created. When he interrupted my presentations but gave others unbroken
Captain, how's the helm?
when he scheduled team lunches during my standing therapy appointment, despite my calendar clearly showing the conflict. Still, I excelled. Our department's efficiency increased by 22% under my systematic approach to workflow management. I created a predictive analysis tool that saved the company millions in procurement costs. I stayed visible, valuable, and vigilant. Then came the financial discrepancies.
Two states
It
say!
started with an anomaly in the third quarter reports.
You ride the wind
Transfers
for all
between
she's
departmental
worth.
budgets that lacked proper authorization codes. Small amounts, easily overlooked, but following a pattern. I cross-referenced past quarters and found similar irregularities dating back to Finley's arrival. "These transactions need explanation," I said during our one-on-one meeting, sliding the highlighted printouts across his desk. "The authorization chain is incomplete." Finley barely glanced at the papers. "Accounting approved these. You're overstepping, Sayura, but accounting requires director-level signatures for interdepartmental transfers." They
We're not
stopped
alone,
there.
sir.
His expression shifted then. Something cold replaced replacing his usual dismissive smile. Drop it. This isn't your concern. I didn't drop it. Instead, I created a secure folder on my personal drive and continued gathering evidence. The pattern expanded. Budget reallocations coinciding with performance bonuses. Vendor contracts with inflated prices.
There's our prize. They're boundaries!
The hostility escalated.
The mortar was ready to spit, sir.
Someone blowing in!
Fire! Look, Captain! That's where the fire! Captain's ready! To be all power! Point out your skulls of missing!
Emails to other department heads went unanswered. He's building a case against you. One variant from legal during an after-work trade.
I'll be having you! Fire! Hold on your bag, Captain! Hold there! She'll take it!
Corporate whistleblower protections and constructive
Fire!
I installed a recording app on my phone. I forwarded key emails to
Set yourselves behind it!
And that was simple, easy, and done, biatch.
lowering his voice. Let me be clear. Your position here is becoming tedious. I recommend focusing on improving your performance rather than questioning management decisions. That night, I met with an employment attorney. Eleanor Fogg listened carefully to my account, reviewing the evidence I'd gathered. This is a textbook hostile work environment, she said, adjusting the
Now have the materials required to make the ship stronger, sir.
documentation.
Loose and trim
Against
too!
the reality. These cases are
Let's
exhausting
ride this blow, lads!
and often career damaging, even when you win. So I should just quit. No.
Captain French made for our blue sword! Crimson to the wind!
Constructive dismissal settlements can be substantial with evidence like yours, but be prepared. They'll likely try to force a resignation first. She was right. 3 days later, Finley began ceasing HR on trivial issues with my work. A week after that, I received my first email promising deadlines and assignments capabilities in time frame.
Ready to spit! Down there, Corporal Dale! Get off the wall!
Constant hum of equipment
We're ready,
making
sir!
conversations nearly impossible.
Fire!
Nice bloody mess!
I responded to every accusation with documented facts.
Fire!
No back ride!
Time's up! Let's get moving!
Sooner than expected.
Fire!
With a mandatory meeting and conference room me.
Almost ready! Fire!
As I
Press
walked
for
away,
impact! Ready to back, Captain!
Fire! We've been touched!
They're on the ball and keep us there! Down to it! Hold on the stuff!
copies of all my evidence, organized chronologically. My phone was recording, and I'd studied the standard resignation template used
There's our dinner shot to crippler!
implications.
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Every arse, grab them duck on the wind!
When he stepped away to answer a call, I didn't
Reach the
hesitate.
topsails, gather!
I crossed out voluntary
Reach the foreman! Pull in the topsails!
constructive dismissal due to hostile work
As much sail as you can!
environment. Time in the margin.
I'll pull along! Man your seats!
Return. Snatched the paper without
Fire!
the satisfaction of a man.
Reload! Won't miss next time!
Workspace by end of day.
We're ready, sir!
Well, I understand, I said, maintaining eye contact. I'll need this documented for my necessary paper.
Beat the quarters! Awaiting fire! They're firing at us!
Just
Came for me alone, sir!
Don't forget us!
dismiss my employment status.
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire!
Ready?
Fire! Damn! Got the angle wrong.
Keep both of their heavy shot!
Fire!
Look, Captain, the whole place shot!
Fire!
exposed! Take the shots!
Fire! More sail! Forward sail!
Personal items into a small box. As promised, a security guard.
Back up to that thing!
I'm sorry about this, Miss Bennett. He said quietly. It made sense to me why they might be using the Thank you, please. I appreciate that. Before leaving, I made 2 final stops. First, to the Human Resources Department, where I met Director Mike Wilson, the COO. This is a formal complaint of constructive dismissal and hostile work environment. I said, it contains the altered resignation letter that Mr. Burke provided today, which I amended before signing tonight and reflect the situation. I've also included documentation of the ongoing issues that led to this point, and his expression of the intention. Her eyes widened slightly. And when he physically came out, she was
What?
despite my protests. At the main entrance, he paused. You know, Miss Bennett, I've worked security here for 12 years. Seen a lot of people come and go. The ones who leave quietly when they've done nothing wrong, they never come back. But the ones who stand their ground, he smiled slightly. They often do. If you've ever faced injustice that seemed too powerful to fight, if you've ever swallowed your words because something felt too dangerous, stay with me. Because what happened next changed not just my career, but my understanding of power itself. Subscribe to the channel if you believe in standing up for what's right, even when it's terrifying. Hit that notification bell because the conclusion to this story reveals exactly how knowledge, preparation, and courage can transform a moment of powerlessness into justice that ripples beyond anything you could imagine. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat on my bed, watching the city lights while replaying the days of days. The air felt different somehow, lighter, despite the uncertainty.
Right! We're gonna hit him!
We'll go back the old way! That's the try!
My phone buzzed and said 113 next morning. Scott Baines. Creates a legal situation we need to address immediately. I'll be here at 9 with my attorney. That will be, I'll be here at 9 with my attorney. I repeated, my voice quiet but firm, or we can proceed directly to formal litigation. Another pause. Not anymore. 14th floor conference room. I texted Eleanor immediately, and she agreed to meet me at a coffee shop near the office at 8.30. When I arrived, she was already there, immaculate in a charcoal suit, spreading documents across a corner table.
Proud on every inch of
She
sail!
said without preamble,
Stonks, let's ride this quote!
department last night, each more conciliatory.
Fire, sir! Good shot to cripple her!
Relative to my
Ready to bar, sir!
liability. She shuffled the papers into a precise stack. Our position is simple. The company enabled a hostile work environment through negligent oversight. We have evidence of both
Don't go for me!
financial improprieties you identified.
Main mast!
Ground it all on!
Eleanor smiled as
Go for Royal! Hold!
proceed with formal charges.
Hold down! Hold down!
Good choice.
Clues down! Handsome win! Hold sail! She'll take it!
Lois was at the security
I know she's a good sailor! Now prove it, my
as I
friend!
approached. Miss Bennett, he smiled slightly. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. Circumstances change, I replied, signing the visitor log. That they do. He handed me a temporary badge. 14th floor is pretty busy this morning. Lots of unexpected meetings. In the elevator, Eleanor reviewed our strategy.
Ain't a word to that flight grapple, sir! Fire! Incoming! Put a shot right there! Awaiting order! Now get it out!
Stay close to her so she can't ram her.
Fire! Take a shot! Right there, sir! Fire! It's landing at him, sir!
His eyes widened, and he gave an almost imperceptible nod, reminding Wilson of Bertram.
He's got the wind! Fire! In the there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Fire! On your mark, come out!
Inside the conference room sat Aubrey Redworth herself.
Reeves! Don't say! They've landed us another volley, sir! Fire!
Get away!
Let's roll, mate! Let's move! Fire! Blue door! Let's move!
Six, trip, two! Hardy! I said Hardy!
Pull him down the house!
All sail! All sail!
Finley had reached 11, 8 women and 3 men, spanning multiple departments. The financial investigation had expanded to include relationships with 3 vendor companies and unusual patterns in project allocations. I returned to my regular workspace, now relocated to a bright corner near the finance team's central hub. Colleagues who had previously avoided started with coffee and questions. Some apologized for their silence. Others shared stories of their experiences. The atmosphere throughout the office had shifted, tension releasing in some places, intensifying in others as people reconsidered.
Keep us up! Let's get moving! We're ready, sir!
She said. The investigators have
Fire!
identified some involving vendor contracts.
Fire! Look, Captain, the wrong place! Fire! Fire!
Reload! Won't miss next time.
Those were royal!
$1.2 billion over 2 years, and that he examined
Fire!
I pressed
Mind the
forward against the window.
Get that fucker out of my damn way.
Come to place! On your mark, Captain! Schooner! Spanish ensign! The light left go! Look out, Captain! Fire! There's that! Shot the tripler! Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain! Working on it! Fire! Look, Captain, wrong place, shot there!
Concerns without fear of retaliation. She paused, scanning the room. To those who experienced mistreatment and felt unable to speak up, I apologize. To those who did speak up and weren't heard, I apologize more deeply. And to the person who finally forced us to listen, I stopped worrying. I am both sorry and
Bring them up tight! Come and hearty like!
Head out to stairs! Restructured reporting relations.
Who's the main? Half in! Gallant! Royal! Dodge!
Then concluded after 6 weeks with a comprehensive report that the executive team never returned to the building after his administrative leave ended. According to office whispers, he hired an aggressive defense attorney and was attempting to negotiate a in exchange for implying that others in leadership had known or participated. 3 months after I amended that resignation letter, I received 2 unexpected communications. The first was an email from Aubrey asking me to consider a new position, Director of Financial Integrity, reporting directly to me with oversight of compliance across
Here we go.
was attached from an unknown number. Hope you're satisfied with what you've done. Finley's final attempt at intimidation sent the day before his arraignment on multiple fraud charges. I didn't respond to his message. There was nothing to say. This hadn't been about ruining it. It had been about refusing to reward myself. I accepted the director position after negotiating both the salary and authority the role required.
We're going after an orca.
That assisted allowing anonymous reporting of financial
Good meat for spear here, Captain!
My second was to recommend
Ready the whaleboat, lads.
support during the investigation. The company announced the organizational changes at the annual Red Staff but necessary transformation and with it undergone. Sometimes the most
I see him.
decisions come from those willing to speak up. Sarah Bennett turned to
Hold fast! Here we go!
she chose to find out what's right rather than walk away. As I stepped up to speak, I saw Luis in the back of the room. He had my small smile. I thought my father's words about tiny components causing the
He's pulled the rope!
Patience, patience.
I was told to sign a resignation letter or never work in this industry again. I began. I signed, but nothing was expected.
Look out! Forward! Hold fast! He's pulling, Captain! Ha!
In a willingness to stand for what others expected of me, I looked down at the faces of much people.
Grand shot, Captain! He's gone!
The system I helped remake. The paper I signed that day wasn't just about my job. It was about whether we accept environments where intimidation outweighs integrity.
coming for us! Straight ahead!
Here we go!
Snap, Captain!
Create together. As for Finlay, the legal system delivered its own form of justice. After pleading guilty to reduced charges, he received a 3-year sentence.
He's headed this way! Down the road! Hold tight, lads!
Got him.
We're selling the house tomorrow. Dad texted me.
He's a monster!
He didn't know I bought the house.
Grease cards, Captain.
The next morning, the realtor called him with a surprise. The text message came at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday night, just as I was reviewing quarterly reports in my downtown office. My phone buzzed, and I saw Dad's name on the screen. We're selling the house tomorrow. Your stuff will be on the curb. Don't bother coming by. I stared at the message for a long moment.
Loose all, let's move!
Okay.
Close down! Man your seats!
Was that I purchased our child. 3 years ago, Sterling Properties LLC. They've been struck by financial difficulties as I see the course of construction. A difficult to consider future contract. The manager ready to go office, and I quietly stepped in to help with the function. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Dad. And don't expect any family support anymore. You've been nothing but a disappointment. Time to face the real world. I set my phone aside and turned to my reports. Technically, it's not that interesting. The caller ID showed Richard Morrison.
Pokeballs out.
Wisconsin situation.
Muzzle that duck, Bertram!
Unfold, mates, let's move!
Loose all! Party lights! Storm Captain! Looks bad!
All in the sunset!
Bail off! Come bring in those roads! Now!
I could hear him breathing heavily on the other end of the line. Dad, are you sitting down? Because there's more we need to discuss. Sterling Commercial Properties doesn't just own your house. They own the entire industry. We've been selling houses to people all purchased over the past 4 years as investment properties. That's impossible. Would you like to see the proof? I can email you the documentation. Alexandra, I don't understand. How could you afford? When did you? You had no idea. You had no idea because you never asked. Every time I tried to tell you about my business, you changed the subject or made some comment about me wasting time with computers. I could hear Mom's voice in the background asking what was happening. Dad put me on speaker so Mom could hear this too. A moment later, Mom's shaking the whiskey. Alexandra, honey, what's going on? Dad and I were just discussing the house situation. What house situation? Your father said you were selling. Mom, sit down. There are some things you need to know about my career that I haven't been able to share. Over the next hour, I walked them through everything. Sterling Tech Solutions, which I built from a small consulting firm, into a $180 million software development company. Sterling Properties, my real estate investment arm that owned over 300 properties across 3 states. Sterling Foundation, which had donated $15 million to various charities over the past 2 years. But your apartment, Mom said, it's so small. It's the penthouse of a building I own downtown. I prefer smaller spaces. And your car is the more and I don't need a luxury car to validate my success. Dad finally found his voice. Why didn't you tell us?
There's a small job I'd like to see to some ways from here.
Every conversation is about how disappointed you were in my life choices.
Round it all off! Fuck them gallons! Lose the trip!
Crying softly. 3 years ago,
Breathe with hospital! Gallons!
Down to the things!
As much stain as you can!
Fancy a wee swim, do you?
so I helped him. I bought my mortgage, let you stay on the house, and made sure your payments went towards securing your retirement instead.
All right! Float our hair, sir! Think we survive?
But more than that, I saved your dignity. You never had to know you lost it in the first place. The conversation was interrupted by my assistant voice over intercom. Miss Sterling, your 10 a.m. is here. The mayor and city council members for the downtown development project. Thank you, Janet. Tell them I'll be 5 more minutes. Alexandra, Mom said. Did she just say the mayor? Yes. Sterling Tech Solutions is the lead contractor for the new Smart City initiative. We're implementing data-driven traffic management, digital infrastructure, and public safety systems across the entire metropolitan area. That's a government contract? Dad asked. A $250 million government contract, to be precise. We beat out Microsoft and Google for the bid. I heard what sounded like Dad sitting down heavily in a chair. Dad, I need to take this meeting, but we should continue this conversation tonight. Can you and Mom meet me for dinner? Where? Mom asked. How about the Metropolitan Downtown Time Warp? That place costs $200 per person, Dad protested automatically. I'm aware of the prices, Dad. I eat there regularly. Another long silence, Alexandra. Dad said finally. I owe you an apology. We owe you an apology. We'll talk tonight. 7. We'll be there. After hanging up, I sat back in my leather chair and looked out the floor to ceiling windows of my office. 43 floors below. The city bustled with activity. Much of it now running on software systems my company had developed. My assistant, Janet, knocked on the door. The mayor's delegation is ready when you are. Send them in. And Janet, can you have my driver pick up my parents tonight? They're not used to downtown parking. Of course.
Alright. Well, let's get this plugged in.
Tesla Model S. It's time I saw that I didn't just succeed. I succeeded spectacularly. The meeting with the city officials went smoothly. We discussed the second phase of the Smart City project, which would expand our AI systems to include automated utilities management and predictive maintenance for city infrastructure. By the end of the meeting, they approved an additional $85 million in funding. As the delegation left, Mayor Harrison was crying. Alexandra, I have to say, when we first met 3 years ago, I had no idea your company would transform our city this dramatically. Crime is down 23%,
traffic efficiency is up 40%, and our energy costs have decreased by 18%. We've exceeded every projection. Thank you, Mayor Harrison. Phase 2 will show even more dramatic results. I believe. Oh, and congratulations on the Forbes recognition. Tech Innovator of the Year. Well deserved. After they left, I spent the afternoon reviewing reports from our various divisions. Sterling Tech Solutions now employed 847 people across 4 offices. Sterling Properties managed $89 million in real estate assets. Sterling Foundation had committed to building 3 new community centers and funding scholarships for 200 students this year. At 6:30 p.m., I left my office and walked to the parking garage. My black Model S was waiting along with my driver, Marcus. Miss Sterling, should I collect your parents first? Yes, please. They're at 1,247 Market Street. For Sterling Properties. That's the one, Marcus. And tonight, they're going to learn Queen's Pond. The drive to Maple Street took 15 minutes. As we pulled up to the modest 2-story house where I'd grown up, I saw Mom and Dad waiting on the front porch, both dressed in their best clothes. They looked nervous and confused. Marcus got out to open their doors. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Morrison. I'm Marcus, Miss Sterling's driver. Driver? Mom whispered to Dad as they got into the car. Good evening, I said as they settled into the plush leather seats. How are you both feeling? Confused, Dad admitted. Alexandra, this car must cost more than I made in a year in the construction company. And choices. Mom was rubbing her hands over the leather interior. Honey, this is beautiful. And so quiet. Electric vehicles tend to be quieter than traditional cars. As we drove through downtown, Dad stared out the windows at the digital billboards and smart traffic lights that my company had installed. These new traffic systems, he said slowly. They've made driving downtown so much easier. Sterling Tech Solutions designed and implemented those systems. I said casually. You did that? My team did that? We pulled up to the Metropolitan where the valet immediately recognized my car and driver. Good evening, Miss Sterling. The Matrari personally escorted us to the table. Your wine as we sat down. Thank you, folks, Mom. After he left, I looked around the
¡Saluda de mi parte al del siguiente! ¡Intenta despistarnos!
There seems to know you. I meet here frequently. It's convenient to my office. Where is your office? Dad asked. Across the street. Sterling Tower. Followed my gesture and saw the large Sterling Tech Solutions sign illuminated on the building's facade. That whole building? Mom asked. I own floors 40 through 45. The rest are leased to other companies. The waiter arrived with our wine, a $400 bottle of Bordeaux that I'd selected earlier. Miss Sterling, here's our important usual, please. After the wine was poured and our orders taken, Dad moved across the table. Alexandra, I need to understand something. This happened. When did you become so successful? It didn't happen overnight, Dad. I've been building these companies for 8 years, ever since I graduated from Stanford. Stanford? Mom's eyes widened. You went to Stanford? We thought you went to State University. I got a full scholarship to Stanford for my master's in computer science and business administration. You were both so busy with Michael's project that you never asked where I was going to school. That statement hung in the air. Michael, I quietly earned degrees from one of the world's top universities. We were so focused on the wedding, Mom admitted, tears forming in her eyes. After graduation, I started Sterling Tech Solutions in a small rented office with $18,000 in savings. The first year, I worked 18 hour days, 7 days a week, building our first major software platform. The software? Dad asked. Predictive analytics for logistics and supply chain management. Basically, I created a system that companies would get what they need when they need it, and how to get it most efficiently.
Hey, Jaguar skin.
Lobster bisque and seared scallops. As we ate, I continued the story. By year 2, we had our first major client, Henderson Manufacturing. That contract was worth $2.3 million and allowed me to hire 12 employees. Henderson Manufacturing, Dad said. They were one of my biggest clients at Morrison Construction. They had us build their new warehouse complex. I know. I recommended you for that project. Dad's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. What? When Henderson Co. asked if I knew any reliable construction companies, I gave him your contact information. That $4.7 million project that saved Morrison Construction from bankruptcy 3 years ago, that was me helping you, even though you had no idea. Dad put down his fork entirely. You got me that contract. I did. You started struggling with cash flow 6 months later. I made sure Henderson paid their invoices early. I also arranged for 2 other companies to hire Morrison Construction for smaller projects. Why? Dad's voice was very audible. Because you're my father. Because I wanted your business to succeed. Because I hoped that maybe when Morrison Construction was stable, you'd have time to notice what I was building. Mom reached across the table and took my hand. We're horrible parents. You're not horrible parents. You just got so focused on what success looked like in your minds that you missed what it actually looked like in reality. Our main courses arrived, but none of us seemed particularly interested in media. Tell us about the house, Dad said. Tell us exactly what happened. I took a sip of wine before answering. 3 years ago, Morrison Construction defaulted on several major contracts. You'd overextended, taken on projects that were too big, and the cash flow problems were mounting. Dad nodded grimly. Peterson Plaza disaster. We lost $200,000 on that job. The bank was going to foreclose on your house within 30 days. I knew because I have financial monitoring software that tracks family assets. I wanted to make sure you were okay. You were monitoring our finances. I was protecting our family. When I saw the foreclosure notice, I had Sterling Properties purchase the mortgage from the bank. For how much? Mom asked. $340,000 plus $67,000 in back payments and fees. A total of $47,000.
Get some Pokeballs in chat.
We had no idea you were that deep in debt. You weren't just deep in debt, Dad. You were facing bankruptcy. Morrison Construction owed $89,000 in unpaid supplier bills, $34,000 in equipment loans, and $22,000 in back taxes. How do you know those exact numbers? Because I paid all of those debts too. Sterling Financial Services, another one of my companies, purchased all of Morrison Construction. Sounds stupid. Restructured them into management payment plans. The table fell silent. Mom was crying openly now. Alexandra, she whispered, you saved us from bankruptcy, and we never knew.
And one more stone.
Bankruptcy kept you in your home, protected Dad's business reputation, and made sure you could retire with dignity. All while you both told anyone who would listen that I was wasting my life playing with computers. Dad buried his face in his hands. We were so incredibly wrong. Last month, I continued. When Dad texted me you were selling the house and putting my stuff on the curb, I realized that you still had no idea what I'd done for this family. What exactly have you done? Mom asked. Beyond the house and the debts. What else? I pulled out my phone and opened the Sterling Foundation app. This foundation has donated $847,000 to local charities over the past 3 years. The Children's Hospital wing that opened last year. Sterling Foundation funded new pediatric surgery equipment. The scholarship program at Jefferson High School. That's us. The new computers at the public library. Also us. We've donated almost $1 million. Dad asked in shock. $847,000 locally. $15.3 million total across all our markets. I showed them the app, scrolling through project after project that Sterling Foundation had funded. But why didn't you tell us? Why keep it secret? Because every time I tried to share anything about my work, you changed the subject. Every family dinner, every phone call, every text exchange was about how disappointed you are about choices. I pulled up your text messages on my phone and showed them the screen. In this conversation from last Christmas, I texted you about a major contract, and you responded by asking where I was going to get a real job and stop playing with computers. Dad stared at the messages, his face fell. This one from my great youth. there's a difference. Our waiter approached carefully. Is everything all right? Your meals are getting cold. We're fine, thank you, I said. Could you please wrap these up for us and bring the check? Of course, Miss Sterling. As we waited for the check...
Come on, you slugs! Man those seats!
What happens now with the house with everything? That depends on you. The house is yours to live in for as long as you want. The mortgage...
March fire!
Don't go for me! Caution, Edward! Fire! Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
We're running ground!
More sails! More sails!
Build up sail! Get up those shrouds, let's move!
Every night, grab a duck on the wind!
Sponsors, let's ride this
Smoke
smoke!
the gallons of oil!
Further men! Where's those gallons? Overboard!
Not hoisting off anywhere with you, Catamite. Thanks. Kenway, isn't it? I'm with you.
Not tonight, Dad. But maybe this weekend. This weekend will be good, Mom said, wiping her eyes. We have a lot to talk about. We do. As Marcus drove me back to my downtown penthouse, I reflected on the day's events. For 3 years, I had watched my parents struggle with the shame of nearly losing their home, never knowing that their daughter had not only saved it, but built an empire while doing so. Tomorrow, the newspaper would announce the same contract. By next week, Sterling Tech Solutions will be featured in the business section as one of the fastest growing companies in the region. My parents would finally understand that their disappointing daughter had been quietly revolutionizing the entire industry. But tonight, for the first time in years, they go to sleep knowing that their daughter wasn't a failure. She was a success beyond their wildest dreams, and she protected them all along. My phone buzzed with a text from Dad. Thank you for saving our home. Thank you for saving us. And thank you for still calling us family after everything we put you through. I smiled as I said, that's what family does, Dad. We take care of each other, even when it's not appreciated.
Right, another kid's job.
how's the help?
After slamming it 3 times now for calling his parents, the second team moves out his phone and begins to call him. However, the rookie does not detain him. In fact, he doesn't even order him to put his phone away, suggesting the rookie already knows he made a poor decision and is reluctant to make the same mistake twice. Back up.
He visto lo que hace, si no paga. Pero cuidado, si el viejo Tom sigue pagando, ¿qué les impide ir a por todos nosotros?
Lo siento.
It's a great question, especially when now, less than 3 minutes after Corey answered his father's call, the rookie suddenly wants to make the call himself, but is so upset that he fails to communicate in a professional manner.
Captain, how's the help?
Clues down! Handsome win!
This dog is somehow the greatest custody battle we've ever heard. It all starts with this dog named Ghost. Ghost was abandoned and left to pass tense by himself in the South Nevada desert with no person to look after him. No person, but that didn't mean he was alone, because at some point, Ghost the orphan puppy was adopted by, coyotes. I don't even know how it happened, but apparently a group of coyotes found him, took him in, and treated him as one of their own for at least 6 months. Same ops that regularly send dogs and dog backwards showed Ghost more kindness than any human ever did. Here's where it gets conflicting. After noticing he had a lip up, rescuers went out and caught Ghost, helping her back to health, and helping our boy Casper adopt him. And once you know the story about the dog getting taken by coyotes with big fire, so Bravo let him
Awaken your mark, Captain!
because they never chipped their backs and pressed
Fire!
them, so they basically told him,
Fire!
Ready to roll! Ready to rock! Break us apart!
so nobody knows who should go to it. And no,
There's too much fire for us!
Battles and Bodasa!
That's just how this dog is somehow the greatest custody battle ever heard. It all starts with
Taking
this
a fire!
dog
Here it goes!
and left to pass tense by himself in the South Nevada.
We're bound to the ship, Captain!
Fire!
Awaiting orders, sir! Yes, sir! Good shot to cripple out! We're ready, sir!
Fire! Miss! Are the hooks right?
Let's all exposed! Take the shots up!
Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
Vulnerable there, Captain! Hold her in!
Fire! Here it comes! Steady now!
We'll have to rebuild that section, sir!
Fire! Now on your follow! Here! Ready to fire, Captain! Here it comes! Steady now!
They hit us, sir! Take some damage here! On your fire, sir! Good shot could cripple him! Fire! Burn me, miss! Fire! Ready to just run over there, Captain! Fire! Select the grapples and pull that, sir! Fire! No! No! Fire! That's bloody miss! Short sail! Get off the squall! Gonna cut you into fire! Fire! Yes, sir! Good shot to cripple! Ready to do so! Prince out to the wind! Through fire! Look at the whole place shot there! Ball line to head! Feel the lovers in!
I saw her alive, standing beside another man with twin daughters. The truth behind it, never would have imagined.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
his face. You know the look. The one that says, I've already decided for both of us. Vic, you've been to Rome twice and never once sat at a real outdoor cafe. That's actually criminal. Get your jacket. Danny, I'm tired. You're always tired. You've been tired for 8 years. The cafe is too close. That's how I ended up sitting in a little outdoor cafe on Via del Corso, sipping an Aperol Spritz I didn't ask for, watching tourists take photos, completely unaware that my entire understanding of reality was about to shift. Now, before I go further, let me tell you about my wife. Her name was Claire. Claire Michelle Coleman. She had this laugh that could embarrass you in a quiet restaurant and make you love her. It was her friend's birthday party in Chicago. She spilled red wine on my white shirt, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "That's on you for wearing white to a party." I married her 14 months later. 8 years ago, Claire went on a girls' trip. A cruise along the Mediterranean with her 2 closest friends, Sandra and Beth. I remember standing at the departure terminal with her luggage, pretending I wasn't going to miss her terribly. She kissed me twice, told me not to eat cereal for dinner every night, and walked through those doors rolling her little burgundy suitcase. 4 days later, I got a phone call. There had been an accident on the ship, a midnight deck incident, a railing that gave way, 2 witnesses. They recovered her belongings, her bracelet, the one I gave her on our first anniversary. They never recovered her body. The Coast Guard said the current in that part of the Mediterranean made full recovery unlikely. I planned a funeral for a woman with no casket. I stood in front of our family and friends in a black suit that felt 3 sizes too small, and I talked about Claire in past tense. Her mother, a woman named Patricia, held my hand through the entire service and wept so hard I thought she might collapse. 8 years. I went to grief therapy. I sold our apartment. I threw myself into work. I learned slowly, painfully, how to be a person again. And then Danny made me leave my hotel room. So there we were, outdoor cafe, Aperol Spritz. Danny was telling me some long story about a woman who met at the airport, and I was beside her. She had dark brown hair, that specific shade, the one that looks almost like the light hits it. She was wearing a yellow sundress. She had one hand resting on the shoulder of a little girl, maybe 4 or 5 years old. And beside that little girl was what appeared to be an identical child. Twins. My brain did what brains do. It filed it under coincidence and tried to move on, but my eyes weren't cooperating. Hey, I said to Danny slowly. Don't make it obvious, but look across the street. The woman in the yellow dress. Danny turned his head with all the subtlety of someone who has never been subtle in his life, and looked directly at her. He turned back to me and said, "She's pretty. You should go talk to her." This is exactly what I did. Does she look like anyone to you? He looked again, longer this time, and I watched the expression drain from his face. He turned back to me and said nothing, which, if you know Danny, is the single most concerning thing he's capable of doing. Say something, I said. I know what I'm looking at, Danny. Say something. He set down his glass. It's probably just someone who looks like her. People have doppelgangers, you know? It's a coincidence. Here's the thing. Claire had a small crescent-shaped birthmark just below her left ear, barely visible unless you knew it was there. The kind of detail you only know if you've been close enough. The woman across the street tilted her head to say something to the man beside her, and there it was. A small crescent-shaped mark. Now, here's where I need to see not just the woman I thought had a secret so carefully hidden that when it finally surfaced, it didn't just surprise me. Understand what I did next, because I didn't walk across that street. I didn't call her name. I didn't freeze or cause a scene on the Roman street like someone who'd seen a ghost. No, I picked up my glass, took a long, slow sip, and said to Danny very calmly, "I need you to take a photo right now without her seeing you." Danny looked at me like I'd suggested something impossible. Danny photoed now. He picked up his phone and took a photo. That 1-3 slightly off-angle photo taken by a man with shaking hands became the first thread I pulled. Let me tell you something about being an engineer. We're not dramatic people by nature. We don't guess. We don't assume. We don't look at a crumbling bridge and say, "I have a feeling it'll hold." We measure. We verify. We follow the evidence until the evidence tells us something we can actually see. So when I tell you that I spent the entire night after that day sitting there trying to tell me to shut up on my daddy's phone, that is absolutely clear, and you've lost your mind. Victor, I need you to understand that this wasn't me being dramatic. This was me doing the only thing I knew how to do, trying to find proof. Danny had barely slept either. Sat down in the chair by the window and said, "Okay, walk me through it." Walk me through what? Whatever's happening in your head right now. Because you've got that look. What look? The face you had when you figured out the Mercer building had a foundation problem 8 months before anyone else noticed. The quiet, analytical face. I almost smiled. Almost. I pulled up the photo on his phone. Dress, slightly blurred, caught mid-conversation. A man beside her. 2 little girls. Her name was Claire. I said, and that woman has her hair, her build, her mannerisms, Danny. I could see the and I recognized her before I even fully crescent-shaped. Exactly. I'm not saying anything that woman again. The way he does when he knows that the gelato shop was on Via del Corso. People returned to places.
That was a beautiful dance of death.
For a long moment, then nodded. Fine. But if this turns out to be a random Italian woman who just happens to look like Claire, me an actual vacation with a beach and no architecture. Deal. We went back to that street the next morning, and the morning after that. By the third day, I felt slightly unhinged, sitting at the same cafe, ordering coffee I didn't need, watching a gelato shop like some private investigator in a film where nobody wins. And then, on the afternoon of the third day, she walked out of a building 4 doors down from the gelato shop. No twins this time. No man. Just her. A tote bag over one shoulder, sunglasses on, moving with that specific, unhurried confidence that I had spent 14 months falling in love with and 3 years trying to forget. Danny saw her the same moment I did. Vic. I was already standing. He grabbed my arm. What's the plan here? I'm going to walk past her, close enough to see her face properly. And if it is her, then I'll figure out the next part. That is genuinely the worst plan I've ever heard. But he let go of my arm. I crossed the street, and I want to be honest with you, my heart was doing something completely unprofessional in my chest. 8 years of grief, of therapy, of learning how to breathe around the absence of this woman. And now, every single step I took toward her felt like walking through wet cement. I slowed my pace. She was looking down at something in her tote bag. I came within about 10 feet. She looked up, and I stopped walking. It was her face. Every single feature I memorized and tried to unmemorize. The slope of her nose, the slight eyebrow higher than her, the mouth that always looked like it was 1 second away from saying something that would either try again or challenge you. But here's the thing, and this is why something inside me changed. Not with guilt. I'd shot a woman caught living life in a shouldn't have. She looked at me the way you look at someone who accidentally stepped into your walking path. She said, my stomach dropped. No, you're fine. I'm sorry. She smiled, that smile, that exact smile, and walked past me. I stood on that street for what felt like a full minute. When I got back to Danny, he looked at my face and said, "It's her, isn't it?" I sat down. I picked up my coffee. I took a sip, even though it had gone cold. She didn't recognize me. What? She looked right at me, Danny. Not a flicker. Not a single moment of recognition. She asked me if she was in my way. He stared at me. Then he said very carefully, "Vic, is it possible you're wrong? That it's just..." She has Claire's voice. Same pitch, same cadence, same accent, same everything. The table went quiet. And then I said the thing that had been forming in the back of my mind for days. The thought I had been constructing slowly. The way you build a structure from the foundation up. Danny, what if Claire never told me she had a sister? He blinked. A sister? An identical twin? What if Claire had a twin that nobody in her life, nobody in my life, ever knew about? Danny opened his mouth. That's how do you hide a twin sister from your husband? The same way you hide anything. Very carefully and with a very good reason. I pulled out my phone. I opened my contacts and scrolled until I found a name I hadn't called in 3 years. Patricia, Claire's mother. Danny saw the name and his eyes widened. You're calling her mother? Right now? From Italy? If I'm wrong, this woman lost her daughter. I lost her too. We went silent. I pressed call. Her voice. Tired. Unmistakable. Hello? Patricia. It's Victor. 3 full seconds of silence. I heard something that no grieving mother should produce. At the sound of her deceased daughter's husband calling out Lydia after years of silence, I heard fear, not surprise, not relief, not the tearful warmth of a woman reconnecting with a son-in-law she once cared about. Cold, unmistakable, carefully controlled fear. Victor, my goodness, this is... Where are you calling from? Patricia, I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Of course, sweetheart. What is it? Did Claire have a sister? Silence. I booked a flight home that evening. Danny looked at me across the cafe table and said, "We still have 2 days left at the conference." "I know. You're leaving anyway, aren't you?" "Danny, that woman hung up the moment I mentioned the sister. She didn't deny it. She didn't laugh it off. She asked me who I'd been talking to. That's not a grieving mother reacting to a strange question. That's a woman who's been waiting 8 years for a specific phone call and is terrified it finally came." He stared at me for a long moment. Then he called the airline himself to change his own ticket. "You don't have to come," I said. "Victor, you once tried to eat cereal for dinner 4 nights in a row after Claire died. You're not doing this alone. Let's go back." I don't say this about him. Danny is the best person I know. Patricia lived in Naperville, Illinois, a quiet house on a quiet street that I had visited dozens of times during my marriage and a handful of times after the funeral. The kind of house that smelled like dryer sheets and had too many decorative throw pillows. I always felt welcome there. I did not feel welcome when I knocked on that door. She opened it after a long pause, long enough that I knew she'd looked through the people and made a decision about whether to answer. She was smaller than I remembered, grayer. She had the look of a woman who'd been carrying something heavy for so long. She had forgotten what it felt like to stand up straight. "Victor, Patricia, can I come in?" She stepped back and let me inside without another word. We sat in the living room, the same living room where I'd once watched football with her late husband, where Claire and I had announced our engagement, where I'd sat in a fog after the funeral eating casserole I couldn't taste. Patricia folded her hands in her lap and looked at me the way people look at a verdict they've been dreading. I didn't waste time. I saw her in row. I was 10 feet away from her. She spoke to me and didn't recognize me, which means she either has a serious medical condition or she is not Claire. The silence stretched so long, I thought she might simply refuse to answer, and then she exhaled, slowly, completely, like a woman setting down a bag she'd been carrying for 8 years. And she said, "Her name is Kara." I want you to sit with that for a moment. Kara, one letter different, one single letter separating 2 lives that apparently ran parallel to each other for decades, without me ever knowing the second one existed. Claire had an identical twin named Kara, I said very quietly. Patricia nodded. And in 14 months of dating and 4 years of marriage, she never told me. She never told anyone, Victor. That was the agreement. What agreement? What does that mean? Patricia looked at her hands. When the girls were 9 years old, their father and I separated. It was not a good situation. He was not a good man. When we finally got out, there were people connected to him, dangerous people, who made it very clear that if he couldn't have us, nobody would. The room felt very still. She continued, "We had to disappear. Both girls. Different paths. It was the only way to guarantee both of them were safe. Claire came with me. Kara went with my sister out to the West Coast. We agreed. No contact, no connection. Because any connection between them was a thread someone could pull to find both of them." I stared at her. "You separated your twin daughters to protect them." "I separated my twin daughters to keep them alive. There's a difference." And here's where I had to just sit back, because every version of Claire I had ever known was quietly rearranging itself in my mind. Every time she'd been vague about her childhood. Every time she changed the subject when family came up. Every time I chalked it up to grief over her father, a man she'd claimed had simply walked out and never returned. She hadn't been grieving an absent father. She'd been protecting a secret and kept her sister safe. "The accident," I said quietly. "The cruise." Patricia's jaw tightened. Was it real? She looked at me then, and I saw something in her face that I wasn't prepared for. Grief. Specific, unperformed, bone-deep grief. The kind you cannot manufacture. "Yes, Victor. My daughter died. Claire died. I need you to understand." My chest did something complicated in that moment. Then who is in Rome? When Claire died, when it actually happened, I made a decision. Kara didn't know Claire existed. Claire didn't know Kara existed. But I knew both of them. And I had Kara's contact through my sister. She paused. I told Kara about Claire after the accident. For the first time. I told her she had a twin sister, and that the twin sister was gone. How did she take it? Patricia almost smiled. Sad and small. How would you take it? Finding out you had a sister you never knew, and that she was already dead? I had no answer for that. Kara is a good woman, Victor. She built a life in Europe. She married a man named James. They have twin daughters of their own. She paused again. The irony of that is not lost on me. I leaned forward. Patricia, does Kara know about me? Patricia was quiet for just a beat too long. Patricia, she knows Claire was married. She knows your name. She's seen photos. Something cold moved through me. She looked right at me in Rome and didn't react. If she's seen photos and knows my name, she wasn't expecting to see the husband of the twin sister she never met standing on a street in Rome. I sat back. I pressed my fingers to my forehead, and for a long moment, I just breathed. Because here's what I was processing. Claire was real. Our love was real. Her death was real. There was no betrayal, no conspiracy, no deliberate deception directed at me. There was just a woman who had carried a secret so long it had become part of her foundation. A secret born not from selfishness, but from survival. And somewhere in Rome, there was a woman who looked exactly like my wife, living a life my wife never got to finish. I want to meet her, I said. Patricia looked at me for a long moment. Victor, she's the only living connection to Claire that exists in this world, and she doesn't even know what Claire was like. She doesn't know how she laughed, or what she was afraid of, or what she ordered at restaurants, or what she said the morning before she left for that cruise. My voice cracked on that last part. I hadn't planned on that. Patricia was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I'll reach out to her. I can't promise anything, but I'll reach out. 3 weeks later, I got a message from an unknown number. This is Kara. My mother told me what happened in Rome. I think I'd like to talk, if you're open to it. I have a lot of questions about my sister. I imagine you might have a few too. I read that message 4 times. Then I called Danny. He picked up on the second ring. She reached out. Kara? Yeah. How you feeling? I thought about it. Honestly, fully, for the first time, without the weight of suspicion or shock or grief clouding everything. Like I get to tell someone about Claire. Someone who never got to know her. Someone who deserved to. Danny was quiet for a moment. Then call her back, Vic. I did, and that conversation lasted 4 hours. And somewhere in the middle of it, past the questions and the photographs I described, and the stories she'd never heard, Kara laughed, and I recognized the laugh before it even finished. I'm not going to tell you. I cried about it. I'm a structural engineer from Chicago. I don't do that. But if Danny ever tells you I did, I'm not confirming anything. The woman who died didn't come back, but the part of her that was always missing, the part even she didn't know existed, was finally, quietly found. Over the next year, Kara and I stayed in touch. Not constantly, not intensely, just consistently. She'd send me photos of her daughters. I'd tell her stories about Claire. She'd share memories of her own childhood on the West Coast. I'd describe what Claire's childhood with Patricia had been like. We were building something neither of us had lost, but a bridge each other but never got the chance. 6 months after Kara and her family
Tengo en mi línea de tiro.
my breath caught. This time, I was prepared for it. This time, I was looking at it. We sat, talked. James was crying. The twins, Sophie and at one point, he said, thank you for not hating me. For not seeing me and wishing I was here instead. I did. 30 seconds in Rome. But Kara, you're not a replacement for Claire. You're the sister she never got to know. And I think she would have wanted us to know each other. She smiled then. That smile, the one that looked just like Claire's, but somehow, suddenly, wasn't. I think so too. The ending of this story isn't the ending I thought I'd get years ago. It's not the ending I thought I'd get when I saw a woman in a yellow dress across a Roman street. But it's the ending.
Really, you fucking assholes?
Impossibly. It's brought a kind of peace I didn't know I was looking for. Claire is still gone. That hasn't changed. The grief is still there, quieter now, but present. But I also have something I didn't have before, a connection to a part of her story I never knew existed. A reminder that the person I loved came from somewhere complex and painful and brave. And I have Kara, not as a replacement, not as a substitute, but as someone who carries half of Claire's DNA and all of her own story. Someone who deserves to know the sister she lost before she ever got to meet her. Sometimes life doesn't give you closure. Sometimes it gives you something stranger and more complicated. Sometimes it gives you a woman in a yellow dress standing outside a gelato shop at night. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, it gives you the courage to walk across the street and find out what the truth actually is. Even when the truth is more complicated than you ever imagined. That's my story. That's what happened when the person I'd grieved for 8 years turned out to be someone I'd never met. And somehow, against all odds, it led to something I never expected. Not revenge, not anger, not betrayal. Just connection, just healing. Just the quiet realization that love, in all its forms, can survive even the most impossible circumstances.
¡Tengo línea de tiro! ¡Objetivo a la vista! ¡En el punto de mira! ¿Dónde está el arma?
Why kill the clown myself? Would I get everybody else to kill him for me?
No te lo volveré a preguntar. Responde o perderás la lengua. ¡Alto! ¡Alto! Eso es lo que ¡debo huir! ¡El asesino está escapando! ¡Alto! ¡Alto! ¡Bien hecho! ¡Intenta despistarlos!
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be back. Hang tight.
Nobody saw anything?
We didn't see anything.
My dad says they were saying there's all our car.
No.
Imagine that you're at home just minding your own business. You hear a large crash outside, so you run and look outside to see one of your town's marked police cars had just slammed into the vehicles in your driveway. As you go outside to see what in the world happened, you see that marked police car just flip on his emergency lights and then leave the scene, leaving behind a trail of destruction.
Did you guys see any of this? Did anybody see any of this happen? What kind of car was it?
It was a inside, I love it.
In reality, it was a police car driven by a police officer who had just left a cop
Thank you for
crashed into his
well, you're oh, I appreciate you. You love it, the inside? Everyone fan, let's go. Did I do that? The burnt broccoli samples come in an extra package. For this one, they're made of broccoli, is what it is. They're made of broccoli as well. It's not burnt broccoli chips with cheddar. Like cheddar, you have salt, cheddar salt. And then you have burnt broccoli if you want to add that. It's kind of like comes in a package, so it comes out like the toaster strudels icing. Burnt broccoli icing. Is what it is. So, if you like try to let's go, Ty. Burnt broccoli is the cookies. I use the icing part. And I stick it in the air fryer so it just it's like a chip. Like, sounds delicious, right? It is. It is. It's amazing. I love it. I have coffee sitting over here that I never got to drink. This is the hour ago. Right. Oh, it's hot. Right. Love it. Let me see.
shit. Get another one. Hurry up, we got a big game in because everybody been waiting. They've been listening to me. I've been flashing the lists around. You're good, just what? Oh man. What's the weather like there? Return to the place. Where you at, Adnan? Okay. I'm that's gonna stop too. They're like assholes, like they got it.
Miss Harris, what is your full legal name? That's when my world changed forever. Before we dive into this incredible story, I'd love to know where you're watching from. Drop it in the comments below, and be sure to subscribe for more amazing stories on demand. Now, let's go back to the day I first met the man who changed my life. Gabriel Spears was not an easy patient. At 78, he was wealthy, demanding, and had a reputation for driving away nurses faster than most people change their sheets. When the private nursing agency called me about the assignment, they were upfront about the challenges. He's been through 6 nurses in the past 4 months. My supervisor, Janet, explained over the
Hang on, I got...
They're offering double the usual rate, but I have to warn you, he's difficult. Difficult how? Demanding, critical, refuses to follow medical orders. The last nurse said he threw a water glass at her when she tried to give him his medication. I should have said no. I was already working full-time at the hospital and barely had time for my own life, let alone a challenging private patient. But something about the desperation in Janet's voice and the mention of double pay made me reconsider. I'll take it, I said, but I want to meet him first. See if we're a good fit. The Spears mansion was exactly what you'd expect from old money. Imposing,
That was fucking weird.
intimidating. The housekeeper, a stern woman,
I go to sit down,
led me through rooms filled with antique furniture and oil paintings that probably cost more than I made in a year. She's in his study.
and as I do, I get a soft knock on my door, and I go to open the fucking door, and fucking drunk dude, I think. He kind of seemed like he was drunk.
I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. That must be frightening. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Young lady, I've lived 78 years, built a business empire, and accumulated more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of dying alone, forgotten, with nothing to show for my life except a bank account. There was something in his voice, a loneliness so profound that it made my chest ache. What about your family? What family? His voice turned bitter. I have a collection of distant relatives who haven't spoken to me in years except to ask for money. They're circling like vultures now, waiting for me to die so they can fight over my estate. That sounds lonely. It is. He looked at me with those sharp eyes. So, Miss Harris, Madison Harris, Miss Harris, are you here to steal from me, placate me, or actually help me? I'm here to take care of you, I said simply. Something in my tone must have convinced him, because his expression softened slightly. We'll see, he said. We'll see. Over the next few weeks, I learned that his reputation for being difficult was largely a defensive employees who stole from him, relatives who only called when they needed money, friends who disappeared when his life was short, that he built those rooms. But underneath the rough exterior was a man who was and surprisingly funny when he let his guard down. Poor during the Great Depression, built his fortune through hard work and smart investments.
Get off me, fool.
One afternoon, as I helped him with his physical therapy exercises, always thought there would be time for a family later, but later never came. Jim regretted every day. He said quietly, money can buy you a lot of things, Miss Harris, but it can't buy you people who genuinely care about you. As the weeks passed, our relationship evolved from professional to something approaching friendship. I would arrive each morning to find him waiting in the study with a book he wanted to discuss or a story he wanted to tell. He was fascinated by my life, my work at the hospital, my small apartment, my simple pleasures. You seem happy, he observed one day, despite not having much money. I have enough, and I have work that matters, people who care about me. That's more than a lot of wealthy people can say. Indeed, he said thoughtfully. Theodore began asking me about my family, my background, my dreams for the future. I told him about growing up with my single mother, about putting myself through nursing school, about my hope to someday open a free clinic in an underserved community. Your mother raised you alone. Yes, I said we were good enough on our own. She's been gone for 2 years now and suffered with respiratory disease. Theodore seemed particularly interested in details, asking follow-up questions about my mother's maiden name, where she'd grown up, when she moved to our city. I assumed he was just making conversation, trying to understand the life of someone so different from himself. As his condition worsened, Theodore became more reflective, more concerned with his legacy. He spoke often about a niece he lost touch with decades ago. Elizabeth was my sister's daughter. My sister Willow died young, and Elizabeth was raised by her father. They moved away when she was a teenager, and we lost contact. I've always wondered what happened to her. Have you tried to find her? I've hired investigators over the years, but the trail went cold. Elizabeth would be in her 50s now, probably married with a different name. She could be anywhere. Why is finding her so important to you? Theodore was quiet for a long moment, because she's the only real family I have left, and because I want to leave my fortune to someone who will use it wisely, someone who understands the value of helping others. What about your other relatives? Vultures, he said dismissively. They see my money as their birthright, but they've never shown an ounce of genuine care for me as a person. If I leave my fortune to them, they'll squander it on luxury cars and expensive vacations. I want money to do some good in the world. In his final weeks, Theodore's health declined rapidly. The pain medication made him drowsy and confused, but he still insisted on our daily conversations. He seemed to be working on something important, making phone calls and meeting with his lawyer, but he was secretive about the details. I'm making arrangements, was all he would say. Everything is taken care of. About a week before he died, Theodore asked me to it was a this way, and he seemed more alarmed than he had. He said, using my first name for the first time, I'm secret of these past few months have been the happiest I've had in years. Mr. Spears, Theodore, you've shown me more genuine kindness than I've received from my own family in decades. It reminded me that there are still good people. I've been good to you too. I said, you told me so much about history, about literature, about seeing the world from a different perspective. I want you to promise me something. He said,
Fucking assholes.
with his frail fingers. Whatever happens after I'm gone, whatever you learn about yourself, remember that kindness is the most valuable currency in the world. Don't let anything change who you are. I promise, I said, though I didn't understand why he was being so cryptic. Theodore passed away 3 days later, with me holding his hand. His final words were, "Thank you for seeing me as more than just a rich old man." The funeral was a small affair, attended mostly by business associates and distant relatives who looked more interested in the reading of the will than in mourning Theodore's passing. I sat in the back, feeling like an intruder among people who had known him far longer than I had. After the service, Theodore's lawyer, a distinguished man named Charles Hill, approached me. "Miss Harris, I'd like you to attend the reading of Mr. Spears' will tomorrow afternoon. He specifically requested your presence. I'm just his nurse. I don't think I belong there." Mr. Spears was very clear about wanting you there. His staff is requested, Mr. Hill said firmly. 2 o'clock tomorrow in my office. The next day, I found myself in an elegant conference room surrounded by
What is
Theodore's
this?
relatives, cousins, nephews, and nieces I'd never met, but who had suddenly appeared when they learned of his death. Some other members of his staff were there. Mrs. Clark, the housekeeper, Mr. Allen, the driver, and Mrs. Linetti, the cook. Mr. Hill cleared his throat and began reading from a thick document.
It's Rona, right?
Kenway, looking for trouble, I assume.
So you haven't lost your charm.
And you're still boozy as a swilter. What do you want?
I've come to warn you. Your life's in danger.
Aren't you the crafty one? Whatever, give it away.
Possibly I had a hand in selling a sensitive document to one of those Templar chaps you're so fond of.
Congratulations, your mission was a success.
How can I make amends?
You sober enough for target practice?
Anything for a lady.
Help me kill these men. They're coming from everywhere. I've got more than enough powder to take care of them. Set the keg where they'll least expect it. Set a trap with powder kegs. I'll take care of this one. Fire a snapper at that keg! Surprise them with a powder keg. Set the keg where they'll least expect it. They'll come from the back! Fire at the powder keg! Come on, then! Set the trap. Take a keg. Set the trap.
The contrast is quite stark. He turned back to me. Miss Harris, your
So,
uncle left you
is
a
this
letter.
your new persona? Sir Edward of Havana rescues damsels in distress.
And does it suit me, Mopsy?
Better than your old personality. Really, Edward, why are you here?
Yes. Well, there's a key. Most likely in the pocket of your Templar suit. I need it.
Really? And why don't you want this key for myself?
Rona, I know you're no stranger to a man's boots, but the suit this key unlocks won't fit you.
I'll tell you what. If I think of a chore that requires the help of an especially simple fellow, I'll let you know.
Watching you these past months, seeing the woman you've become, I know that Willow raised you with the values that matter most. You have her kindness, her strength, her ability to see the good in people. You also have something I never had, the wisdom to know that money is just a trail, not a goal. I'm leaving you my fortune not only because you're my blood relative, but because you showed me what family really means. You cared for me when I was difficult and demanding. You listened to my stories when you had been doing a dozen other things. You treated me with dignity and respect when others saw no more than a difficult old man with money. Use this inheritance wisely.
Have you reconsidered my offer, Rona?
Your dreams of opening a free clinic, your desire to help
Yes,
people who can't help
as
themselves.
I'm indisposed, and my sense of duty runs deeper than my pride, there's a situation I hope you can investigate.
Go on.
Mind, I said investigate the situation, not create one.
Yes, Mum. What is it?
A rash
Oh,
of
well,
things
damn, I got a whole bunch of people in here.
seems too convenient to start at the same time as these bureau attacks. Could you see what you can find out round the marker?
A boozy swill tab like me? Are you sure?
Hoping that someday I'd have the chance to share them. Now,
I won't let you down.
you never knew you had. By the time Mr. Hill finished reading,
It would be hard to get much lower than this.
relatives had fallen silent, perhaps finally understanding that this wasn't about manipulation. It was about love, family, and the power of two.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Damp. Hey, Sniper Man! What's up, brother?
Next few hours, Mr. Hill explained the details of the university. In addition to the $12 million, I had inherited his mansion, his art collection, and several investment properties. It was overwhelming, almost incomprehensible. I supposed to do with all this? I asked him. Whatever you think your uncle would have wanted, but I suspect you already know. He was right. Even as I sat in that conference room, surrounded by more wealth than I'd ever imagined, I knew exactly what Theodore would have wanted me to do. 6 months later, I stood in the lobby of the Theodore Spears Community Health Center, watching as families from the underserved neighborhood streamed through the doors for free medical care.
Give me a
The
moment.
mansion had been converted into a state-of-the-art clinic with the finest equipment and a staff of dedicated healthcare professionals. The art collection had been donated to local museums, with the proceeds funding a scholarship program for nursing students from low-income families. The investment properties had been converted into affordable housing for seniors and families in need. I kept enough money to live comfortably and to ensure the clinic's long-term sustainability. But the vast majority of Theodore's fortune was now working to help people who needed it most. Mrs. Clark, Theodore's former housekeeper, had stayed on to help manage the clinic's operations. Mr. Spears would be so proud, she told me one afternoon, as we watched a young mother leave with her happy baby after a free checkup. I hope so. I said, I'm still holding on to the worthy of his face. You already are, she said firmly. You already chose to see him as a person instead of a paycheck. That evening, I sat at my once made Theodore's study, now converted into an office. On my desk was the photo album he mentioned in his letter, pictures of my mother as a laughing child, my grandmother Willow pregnant, and Theodore as a young man, of a family that had been torn apart by crime and misunderstanding. There was one photo that particularly moved me, my grandmother and Theodore as teenagers, their arms around each other, both pointing at the camera. On the back, in her mother's handwriting, were the words, Willie and Teddy, best friends forever. Now, sitting in the quiet of the evening clinic, I understood what Theodore had meant about legacy. It wasn't about the money, or the property, or even the good works the foundation would accomplish. It was about the connections we made, the love we shared, the way we chose to see and treat each other. I started as Max Andrews, a nurse who thought she was alone. Except for one, I discovered I was Elizabeth Harris, heir to a fortune and a family history I've never known existed. But most importantly, I learned that family isn't just about names or inheritance. Family is about people who see you, really see you, and choose to love you anyway. Theodore had seen past my simple life and honest means to the person I really was, and in return, I'd seen past his wealth and reputation to the noble, loving man underneath. The inheritance had changed my circumstances, but it hadn't changed who I was. I was still the same person who believed in helping others, who found joy in simple pleasures, who measured wealth and relationships by the bank accounts. But now I had the means to make a real difference, to honor the memory of a man who taught me that the greatest legacy isn't what you leave behind, it's what you inspire others to become. As I looked up the clinic that night, I thought about Theodore's final words to me. Thank you for seeing me as more than just a ritual man. But the truth was, he'd given me far more than I'd given him. He'd given me a family, a purpose, and resources to make my dreams reality. Most importantly, to tell me that sometimes the most important discoveries are the one that treasure. I understood and learned Have you ever discovered something surprising about your own family history? Share your stories in the comments below. If this story of medicine, Elizabeth, and unexpected inheritance touched your heart and reminded you that family is about love, not just blood, please hit that like button and subscribe for more incredible stories and other connections that change your life. And click the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
I need you to say it again.
¡Quédate donde estás! ¡Deteniendo ya!
So you were pulling out, people back out of here.
The officer talking today is Officer Michael Bell of the Grayson, Kentucky Police Department. He's no longer with that department. Grayson is a small Appalachian city in eastern Kentucky. No roads required. Rural character with the hills, easy access to outdoor recreation. According to their website, Grayson Police Department is fairly small, about 10 full-time police officers, not including detention. One of those officers who is still there is the other officer, Senior Sergeant Hall, who's actually Officer Bell's supervisor at the time. He takes a secondary role here until it's Bell to
You know, I hadn't actually done anything to that guy. He attacked me.
Officer Bell gets this notion that Nate wasn't that Nate is acting very erratic and claiming that he's stumbling over himself. Now, erratic means unpredictable, inconsistent, irregular in behavior, movement, or performance. In the video footage so far, Nate's behavior is quite ambiguous and very regular. And also, looking back at the footage so far, there is nowhere where Nate can be seen stumbling at all. To the contrary, he appears to be completely calm, immovably steady. Prior to the cops arriving.
¡No te dejaremos escapar! ¡Siga, tropa!
Actually, you know what? I want to come over here and do this warehouse thing real quick. Come on, boys. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that shit? Yo, Niso, what up, my dude? And I ain't got no money, bro, so you're welcome to what I don't fucking have. I can look to see if there's anything there that's suitable for me. No promises. There we go. Let me finish doing what I'm trying to do fucking here. Because this motherfucker over here I've been trying to kill for a while, but I keep missing the son of a bitch. Alright, let's see what they got open for me.
His family on his phone to let them know that he was being arrested. Also, as this is happening, Sergeant Hall can be seen to pull his taser off his left hip, apparently preparing to possibly tase Nate. But Nate is cooperative, he complies with their instructions, he puts his hands behind his back, and he's asking, why am I going to jail? And they don't tell him. As the handcuffs are applied, the phone is still apparently on, sitting on the truck, and he tells his family member that he's going to jail and he doesn't know why.
Quit trying to pull away from me.
After he says this, and in what appears to be in response to what he said, Officer Bell then slams Nate into the truck, then says,
That's Saturday?
but the video shows that Nate wasn't
I could do Saturday. There's nothing on Sunday though. And even if there was something open for me on Sunday, or Monday, I don't stream Mondays. So let's see.
Bell seems happy about this, really giddy about this, which is consistent with this being all retaliation rather than some sort of legitimate law enforcement arrest. And there's more retaliation than that. As Bell is searching Nate's truck, Bell also tells his supervisor that they should...
Kind of lucky there was something there, Niso.
Even though the truck lives...
Usually by the time I think to check, in your Discord, y'all ain't got nothing open for me.
Still handcuffed, hands behind his back, and Bell sort of gleefully
Sonny, my shoes are in shite condition, so if you want a left shoe, I'll give you a left fucking shoe. I don't know why you want it. I don't think you could wear them. But whatever. Where'd he go?
¡Puedo abatirlo!
¡Quieto! ¡No te mueres! ¡Sacaré la tripa! ¡No nos rendimos fácilmente!
You know, I honestly wasn't trying to mess with those idiots.
Y'all gonna learn to stop messing with these animals. We got another elephant few looks at this one with the bear, and this time I know exactly why he did. So the story goes, Russian hunter shot a brown bear from an elevated point in Siberia. High ground is crucial. The bear was critically injured and losing HP with every breath. But when the man went down to claim his prize, the bear arose to claim his hide. Never negotiate the high ground. While very much in the process of dying, the injured bear proceeded to fatally maul the 16-year-old hunter. The bear clawed at him, choked at him, and he had time with the Russian man's stone. The bear knew his ticket was punched, but had left between him and right next to him. I don't think it's even worth mentioning. He walked and they both in action. The hunter was declared missing and took his son. But they found him. And the son of his body, the bear that did was moved in the bear was got shot and died, came back to the hunter. Enjoyed life for about 20 seconds.
amenazado antes de venir. Bueno,
Oh, there we go. That worked.
What'd you find out?
managed to nab a pickpocket. Slyboot's had a map. Something about storehouses and gunpowder.
I did some research too. It's clear as day. The whole operation's run by that Templar scoundrel Hilary Flint.
That's the same name from the map.
He's using pickpockets to run an arms race.
Against who?
Me.
He's in the lead, I take it.
Yes, but with your map, we can destroy his weapon stores to catch up.
Let's waste no time.
But it gets way worse. 2 days later, they issued a press release claiming they handcuffed the victim, the officers, and they charged him. Fortunately, this footage surfaced exposing a gun. And the craziest part is, instead of firing and charging, this trooper was caught.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
This department gave this trooper his first promotion in 16 years. The incident occurred about 15 minutes after trooper Jamie Fox and two other troopers, Justin Savage, shot twice. Called 911 to report that Savage hit Morse. Savage and Morse told officers
¡Va! ¡Ríndete! ¡No puedes escapar!
after a night out, but then an argument started. The police report one neighbor told police that she saw Savage strike Morse in the street and then was Savage then allegedly followed the neighbor back to her home and banged on the door and rang her doorbell, prompting her to call 911. Both Savage and Morse admitted there was an argument, but both denied that the encounter ever turned physical.
¿Quién lo pagará? ¡Esa rata está a blanco claro! ¡Un blanco claro! ¡No lo perdáis de vista! ¡Ahí, seguidlo! ¡Puedo darle! ¡Vuelve aquí! ¡Maldita sea! ¡Un blanco claro! ¡Granada suelta! ¡No lo pienso perder!
That asshole's gonna be a problem. ¡Blanco claro! ¡A la izquierda! ¡Desde aquí puedo punto de mira! ¡Enemigo a tiro, señor! ¡El guión está a tiro! ¡Listo para disparar! ¡El guión está a tiro! Podría darle una carrera. ¡Enemigo a tiro, señor! ¡El guión está a tiro! ¡Venga! ¡Oh, maldita sea! ¡Debo huir! ¡Por favor! ¡Puedo abatirlo! ¡Te vas a perder!
¡No puedes estar ahí arriba!
¡No puedes escapar!
¡Puedo abatirlo de un tiro! ¡Desde aquí puedo darle! ¡Puedo abatirlo de un tiro! ¡Puedo hacerlo!
Inside the car, Justin repeatedly cries out for Peterman that he can't breathe. According to the lawsuit that he later filed, Justin had difficulty breathing, or he suffered an asthmatic medical emergency, which he ignored by the officers.
¡Quieto ahí!
Alright, come on, dude.
Edward, we've reduced that Templar cab Flint to a fraction of his power. The only thing standing between you and your key now is Flint himself.
You have an approach in mind?
I'll engage him in combat. And you circle around carefully and they'll... Do you know the rest?
Suddenly squeamish, Rona. Can't quite bring yourself to kill him.
Of course not. I just don't want you to feel like I'm telling you what to do.
I think that injury must have left you with a touch of fever.
Can we go now?
Let's.
Oh, he won't be hard to find. Cheeky bastard. Strutting about like a cock of the walk.
Admit it, Rona. Deep down, you like the walk of that cock.
I can arrange to have you and Thumbkins at Bloggins 2 times, Henway.
Hi, Mr. Notes. Of course, there's plenty of other games to be found.
I'll distract her. Hey, Flint! Ha! Not much of a shot, are you, Flint? I like a man who's in
¡Puedo abatirlo! I knew we would end in fire. But I always thought our positions would be reversed. Should have died happier, knowing there was one less assassin in the world.
Uncle Ray died at 6:03 a.m. on Tuesday.
It's a pity. We could never fight together. On the correct side of things.
Would, you two like a moment alone?
No. It's too late.
I watched from the kitchen window, coffee going cold in my hand, as a silver Lexus I didn't recognize parked behind the ambulance that hadn't left yet.
Take it.
A woman got out.
His charm's all used up.
Black dress already on like she'd been
Let the
waiting
memory
in
of him
costume.
be locked
Took me
away
a
for
second.
good.
Cousin Bethany hadn't seen her in 4 years, but she managed to be the corner here.
¡Eh, a dónde te crees que vas!
I know because I was sitting next to her on her flat.
Amigo mío, te tengo encadenado, acusado. Amigo mío, te tengo encadenado.
which was a fair question if you didn't know the answer, and most of them didn't. That was kind of the point. I moved in with Uncle Ray 3.5 years ago, after my apartment lease in Collier Heights ended, and I was between jobs, and Ray had just been diagnosed. He didn't ask me to move in. He said he would move in. There's a bedroom upstairs with a lock. And I could be so busy looking for growing up with his. That was his way. Bethany came for one Thanksgiving. We called on Christmas and Ray's birthday. Trent said Gary Jr. said nothing. My Peltier cousins existed in the political sense. Names Ray mentioned sometimes with a sign that said everything. Now Ray was saying the house was full. Trent approached, which was his style. Nolan, we need to figure out the funeral home timeline. Doreen says Moretti can get us in by Thursday. Woodfield beds, Thursday afternoon. It's handled. Handled by who? By me. Trent looked at me the way he always did. Like I was a dog who had somehow learned to use the phone. No offense, but should this be a family decision? Ray left instructions. I'm following them. Instructions. Trent repeated, like it was a word he'd never encountered. Instructions for what? Exactly. For everything. I walked away, not because I was being dramatic, but because I wanted to have this conversation with 3 other people, and the answer wasn't going to change. If you could schedule for Thursday.
Run! Turn the water!
Because he said the other, Trent's taking it first, which was Ray's favorite.
Pirate! Pirate!
They came in dark clothes and serious faces, signing the guest book with careful penmanship like that mattered, hugging each other in the vestibule with a kind of performative tenderness that made my teeth hurt. Ray looked good, if you can say that about a dead person. Paul Whitfield had done what Ray asked. Simple suit, hands folded, no makeup overdone, no weird expression. Just Ray, quiet, still.
Alright, looks like I've done everything there.
I sat in the front row because I'd earned it. 3.5 years of earned it. I didn't make a speech, didn't make a scene, didn't do anything except sit there and miss the man. Bethany sat 2 rows back, flanked by Trent and Doreen. I could feel them behind me like a weather system, humid and pressing. After the viewing, Paul Whitfield approached me and said quietly, the attorney is set up in the conference room. Whenever you're ready. I nodded. This was the part where I orchestrated.
Puedes venir
There was a man named Gerald Kendrick. Downtown Bradenton. Gerald was 71. Bald, wore glasses that were 10 years out of stock, and had the kind of face that suggested he knew every possible version of human greed and had stopped being surprised by anything. He was already sitting at the conference table when I walked in. Vanilla color in front of him. Single glass of water. Reading glasses on. Nolan, he said. Gerald, you ready for this? Yeah, good. Honest people never are. I sat down across from him and waited. They filed in like it was the theater. Bethany first, heels clicking on hardwood floor. Trent behind. Peltier cousins, Randy, Keith, and Joel, looking confused, alert, on Francine, who I'd met exactly twice, Uncle Neville, who lived in Greenwood, communicated primarily through disapproval, and the rest, second cousins, spouses, a few people whose connection to Ray I couldn't even trace. 29 of their felt scenes were still along the walls. The room wasn't designed for this. It was designed for maybe 12 being like nuts, but Ray had known exactly how many would show up. He told me once, sitting on the back porch with a glass of bourbon, when I die, watch, they'll come out of the woodwork like termites. Every one of them. You could sell tickets. Gerald waited until the news. He didn't rush. He opened the manila folder with the kind of deliberate calm that told you he'd done this before many times, and he knew what was about to happen. Gerald said, I'm Gerald Kendrick. I've been Ray Material's attorney for 22 years. Instructions, which he asked me to share with his family following his passing. Quieto! Respectful silence. Anticipatory silence.
Tengo línea de tiro. Lo tengo encañonado.
Listo para disparar.
Puedo darle.
She told Trent in the vestibule that she expected to be named exactly. She'd been the she'd said birthday words. She'd maintained a relationship. Gary Jr. had stopped texting.
Podría darle entre las cejas. El sol está a tiro.
Chin slightly raised. For she was about to be murdered by a month.
Church.
A few of you I tolerated only because blood is supposed to mean something, though I was never fully convinced it does. Bethany's smile tightened, just like someone had turned a screw in a rotation. I've watched this family operate for 78 years. I've watched people show up when there was something to gain and vanish when there was work to be done. I've loaned money that was never repaid. I've given advice that was never taken. I've kept doors open that should have been locked years ago. Gerald paused, took a sip of water. The room was absolutely still. What follows is not a will in the traditional sense. There are no requests. There are no distributions. There are no gifts. The silence cracked. Doreen said, "Excuse me?" Gerald held up one finger, not rudely, just firmly, and continued reading. The house at 14 Legs Way in Farrington is owned by the Tierney Family Trust, which I established in 2019. The sole trustee is my nephew, Nolan Prescott Tierney. The house, its contents, and all decisions regarding its disposition are his. Trent's head turned toward me so fast I thought he'd pull something. I kept still. My personal savings account at First Regional Bank, which several of you have asked about, discussed, and in at least 2 cases attempted to access. Gary Jr. went pale, literally pale. I watched him pull the trigger. $2.8 million as of my last statement. She didn't move, didn't blink, but her left hand had closed into a fist in her lap. Gerald continued, "However, I must inform the family of a fact that will require some adjustment to your expectations." He paused, looked up from the paper, looked directly at me. Then he slid a document across the table. Single page, bank letterhead, account summary. The $2.8 million account, Gerald read, was never in my name. The room didn't explode, it imploded. The silence that precedes it. Silence. 2 months ago, sitting in his office while Ray was on the phone with the bank confirming the final details. The account was in my name, had been since 2020. Ray had opened it as a joint account, transferred his assets into it over a period of 18 months, then removed himself from the account entirely in January 2022, 4 years ago. It was never inheritance. It was never a bequest. It was a completed, legal, documented transfer between a living person and his designated beneficiary, done while Ray was of sound mind, verified by 2 independent physicians, witnessed by Gerald and a notary, and structured specifically to avoid probate, contest, and every other mechanism the family might try to use to get their hands on it. Ray had been thorough. Ray had been patient. Ray had spent 3 years making sure that by the time he died, there was nothing left for them to take. Bethany spoke first. "That's it." She stopped. Started again. "Gerald, that can't be correct." "It's correct." Ray would never. He wouldn't just. She looked at me. "Nolan, what did you do?" "I didn't do anything. You manipulated him. I made him dinner. You lived in his house for 3 years. 3.5. And somehow convinced a dying old man to hand over $2.8 million. He wasn't dying when he did it. He was diagnosed in 2023. The transfer was completed in 2022. Bethany's mouth opened and closed. She looked at Gerald like he was going to save her. He didn't. "The transfer predates the diagnosis," Gerald said, "by 14 months. The account has been solely in Nolan's name since January 2022. Mr. Tierney's medical diagnosis came in March 2023. The timeline is documented and verified." Trent stood up. He did that when he was angry. Stood up like standing, made his point forward. "This is fraud." "It's not fraud," Gerald said. He was elderly. He was. He was 65 when the transfer was initiated. His cognitive function was independently evaluated by Dr. Penelope Ashworth and Dr. Ramesh Duvall, both board certified in geriatric psychiatry. Their assessments are on file. Mr. Tierney scored 4 years with full legal counsel and independent medical verification. There is no will to contest because there is no estate. Everything was transferred before his death. The Peltier cousins were whispering to each other. Miranda looked stunned. Keith looked like he wanted to leave. Joel was crying, though I wasn't sure if it was about Ray or the money. Gary Jr. finally spoke. This is insane. You can't just... A man can't just give everything to one person and... He can, Joel said. He did. We'll contest it. You're welcome to try, but I'll save you the legal fees and tell you what any probate attorney in the state will tell you. There is no estate to contest. The assets were transferred during Mr. Terry's lifetime through legal process. The test requires a will. There is no will. There's nothing to contest. Gary Jr. looked at me with something that went past anger into a territory I didn't have a word for. Pure, distilled entitlement, meaning a lot. You stole from this family.
Captain has the helm.
I said, that's all I did. For free. Actually, I paid my own expenses. Check the bank records. Gerald has them. This is... I'm getting a lawyer. That's your right, Gerald said. If you'd like, I can provide copies of all relevant documentation for your counsel to review. The transfer documents, the cognitive assessments, the banking records, the trust instrument, everything is available. I want to see it all. I'll have copies prepared by Friday. The world was splitting into factions. I could see it happening in real time. Bethany had pulled Trent and Doreen into a poker gun window.
Starboard, Captain! Some sort of cargo there, sir!
Voices that involved a lot of handshake. Gary Jr. was on his phone, calling a lawyer already, presumably. Aunt Francine was sitting alone, staring at
All in the stunts!
standing behind her in his arms.
Get the main screen! Every last grab of duck on the wing!
I said,
I know she's a good sailor. Now prove it, my friend.
I did. Because Ray had asked me to be present in his way. Don't leave them in. He said, let him see you. Let them understand what you were there.
Alright, this guy wants a piece, I'll give him some.
Ready to fire!
Fire! Shock and crippler! Fire! She can board and take it! All top!
Let us to sail! Loose mainsails, man your sheets!
Hold yourself to the back! Reel them in, me trucks!
Grab the scaffold!
She stood and walked back to her room. Gerald stayed another 30 minutes, answering questions that were really just the same question phrased 20 different ways. How do you do this? And the answer, phrased patiently each time, was, you don't. Trent tried the elderly understanding. Joe produced the cognitive
Join us,
assessments.
or
Trent
die.
tried the activity title. Gerald produced the timeline showing the transfer predated Ray's illness by over a year, plus affidavits from Ray's neighbors and his doctor confirming that Ray had been independent, sure-minded, often stubborn.
Get the mainsails into the wind!
With what we have taken, we can improve the ship, Captain.
Doreen tried to defend the allegation that Ray had a will intending to distribute his assets.
Ground it all on!
Gerald pointed out that duties are
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
obligation was to his own wishes, which he fulfilled comprehensively. Gary Jr.'s lawyer was the most aggressive. He announced that he had already texted his attorney until he could make the bridge with him, and that they would be filing whenever they needed to. Gerald gave him a business card and said he could be able to post with counsel. I found out later that Gary Jr.'s top probate guy the documentation, charged Gary Jr. $1,500 for the consultation, and told him he had no case. The transfer was clean. The trust was airtight. The entire case solely had been paid for 4 years.
To starboard! All hands there, Captain! We're drifting around!
In the conference room at Whitfield Banks on Tuesday morning,
Trim the yards off the wind!
I sat and watched him.
Last no seat set! Hurry!
Loose mainsails!
Loose all! Party line!
They left. The Peltier cousins went first, then Aunt Francine and Uncle Ned, who left without saying goodbye to me.
Go for Royals! Up!
Their gentle approach to family.
Pull hard!
Give me some speed!
People whose names I hadn't learned.
Loose tops and royals!
It was Bethany, Trent, Doreen, Wayne, Gary Jr., and me. Bethany tried one more time. No one, at least not let's discuss the house. If you're going to sell it, I'm not selling it. You're keeping it. I'm keeping it. That 5-bedroom house for one person. Ray left it to me. I'm keeping it. And if you want to come for a person in the house, buy the house. Keep six. You can email me a list. I'll have clients there and let you know. Will you let us know? That's what I said. She picked up the purse. You know, Ray told me it was. Anyone in this room. She left. Drove home. We didn't look at me on the way out, which was fine. We never had anything to say to each other. The rain stops. I was already at the door.
Fire! Ease off the wind! Press the boards! We're coming together!
And Ray never asked anything. Doesn't that tell you something? It tells me Ray didn't think you were good for it. It doesn't mean he owed you anything. His face went through 6 expressions in 2 seconds. You think you're better than us? I think I was here and you weren't. He left. Gerald and I sat alone in the conference room. The folder was still on the table. The document, the account summary showing $2.8 million in income. His face didn't want to say, you did not think Gerald said, how do you do it? Exactly. He gathered his papers, closed the folder, and stood. Raymond was very specific about this. He wanted the family to come. He wanted them to hear He said you'd stay home. He knew me. He also said, and I'm quoting, tell Nolan not to gloat. He's not a gloater, but just in case. I almost smiled. Almost. Joe, shoot me. You have my number. If any of them follow through with legal action, call me. But they won't. This was Ray's last project, and he built it like he built everything. Tight, clean, and undeliverable. He left. I sat in the room for 10 minutes. The funeral home was quiet. Paul Whitfield came in once, asked if I needed anything, and I said no. I drove
Pokeballs
back to
out.
my house now. Though it would take a long time before I stopped thinking of it as his. Parked in the driveway, went inside, locked the door. The house was trashed, not vandalized, just the residual chaos of 39 coffee cups on every surface, a window left open in the back bedroom, guest bathroom toilet outlet, a vase that belonged to Ray's mother had been moved from its shelf to the kitchen counter. I put it back. I sat on the back porch, cold, early March in Pennsylvania. I didn't care. Ray had planned everything. The trust, the account, the transfers, the documentation. 3 years of making sure that when he died, the only thing the family would inherit was the knowledge that they hadn't been there when it mattered. He didn't do it out of spite. I believe that because I knew it. He did it because he saw what most people refused to see. Love is a verb, and the family had stopped conjugating it a long time ago. The phone rang 4 times that afternoon. Bethany twice, Doreen once, a number I didn't recognize once. I let them all go to voicemail. The next morning, I went to First Regional Bank. The account manager, Sheila Craddock, had known Ray for 15 years. She confirmed $2,814,327.19. Pulled up the full history. Every transfer since 2020, documented in tax and value. Ray had removed himself from the account on January 11th, 2022. Signed, witnessed, filed. He came in every quarter, Sheila said, even after the diagnosis, sat in that chair and went through every line. Said he wanted everything buttoned up. That sounded like it. She gave me a folder of originals, statements, authorizations, transfer records. Ray had wanted me to have my own copies, separate from Gerald's. I drove home, canceled prescriptions, notified the physician, started death certificate paperwork. The funeral was Saturday. Small service at Whitfield Banks, just Paul Whitfield and a minister from Ray's old church. 7 people came to the funeral. Me, Gerald, Sheila Craddock, Paul Whitfield, 2 neighbors.
Salve, Servus!
The hospice nurse came on her day off because she said 29 people came for the reading. The following week, Gerald forwarded me 3 emails. One from Gary Jr.'s attorney, a preliminary inquiry requesting documentation. Gerald sent the full pack. No response came back. One from Bethany, asking whether the trust could be amended to include other family beneficiaries. Gerald replied, the trust is irrevocable. And one from Doreen, not a legal letter, but a 2-page essay about how Ray had been confused in his life. I changed the locks on Thursday, not because I expected a break-in, but because Ray had given spare keys to Bethany and Doreen years ago, and I didn't want to have that conversation. A locksmith from Hennessey's Hardware did all the exterior doors in under 2 hours.
There we go. Been needing to do that for a while. Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
This West Virginia state trooper pulled over and arrested this dad right in front of his family because they witnessed the trooper illegally speeding. Supposedly, he was disciplined by the state police for that, but apparently he's still out there. And I'll tell you what happened. This is never before seen body cam footage.
hell, son. Where do you go every night? I clean a diner. I sit quiet. He studied me for a long moment. I need a research assistant. Analyzing...
Oh, I needed that. I tell you what.
I almost cried right there. Yes, sir. Absolutely. He became more than a boss. He actually saw me. Senior year spring. He slid a brochure across his desk. Benjamin Ford National Scholarship. 5 students in the entire country. Winners get guaranteed jobs at Ford and Lee. You should apply. I spent a month with that application. Didn't tell anyone. My mom called for weekly check-ins. She'd gush about Ryan's job interviews and fraternity fundraisers. And Whitley always after. Just study. The email came on a Tuesday morning. I read it 3 times before it sank in. I'd actually won. That night I called home. Liam! Mom shrieked before I could speak. Ryan got an amazing job offer. We're taking him to celebrate this weekend. That's great for him, I said.
Pokeballs out.
Then Professor Albright told me who else knew about it and what they were planning to do, and my hands started shaking. I stood there under the tent with the envelope still open in my hand. The paper felt thin, like it might tear if I gripped it too hard. Professor Albright leaned in closer so nobody else could hear over the noise of the crowd. Families everywhere, taking pictures, hugging, laughing. Your grandmother sent me this letter 2 years ago, he said quietly. She tracked me down herself, found my name in a school newsletter you sent her. You probably don't even remember doing that, but you did. Freshman year, you wrote her about making Dean's List. I didn't remember. Honestly, I barely remembered writing to Grandma Ruth at all during college. I was always too tired, too busy, too buried. She was in hospice, Albright continued, and she wanted someone to know what your parents told her. Someone outside the family, just in case. I looked down at the letter again. The handwriting was shaky but deliberate. The kind of writing you do when your hands don't got something college expenses. How she specifically asked about both of us. My dad looked her straight in the eye and said, Liam's got a full academic scholarship. Full ride. Honestly, he doesn't need anything. He's completely set. She believed that. Why would she? They were her son and daughter. They were sitting at her bedside while she was dying. So she rewrote her will right there with a hospice nurse as witness, redirecting my entire share, $48,000, into Ryan's college fund. All of it. Every dollar she'd set aside for me. And at the bottom of the letter, an even shaky if I was wrong about Liam's scholarship, if I was lied to, I'm leaving a copy of this letter with someone Liam trusts, just in case. I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, I want to know the truth. She mailed this to me 3 weeks before she died, Albright said. His voice was steady, but I could see something hard in his eyes. I've kept it in my office safe ever since. I didn't know if you'd ever need it. I hoped you wouldn't, but she knew, Liam. Somehow, she knew. I folded the letter carefully and slid it into my jacket pocket. My hands were still shaking. I could see my parents now, across the lawn, weaving through the crowd of graduates and families. My mom had her phone out, probably getting ready to take pictures. My dad was smiling, that same easy smile he always wore at family events. They had no idea what I was holding, no idea what was about to happen. They reached me before Ryan did. My mom grabbed my arm and pulled me in for a hug, the kind of hug we never actually did in real life, but always did in public. Oh, sweetie, that was just beautiful, she said, her voice bright and loud. So many names. I honestly lost track. Kept going and going. She laughed, like it was funny. My dad clapped me on the shoulder, firm and hug. Great Sarah, really great. Ryan looked sharp up there, didn't he? That blue tie was perfect. Neither of them mentioned my name being called. Neither of them asked what the Benjamin International Scholarship was. Neither of them asked what I wanted, what I was walking into on Monday morning when I started my new job in New York. We made dinner reservations, my mom said, still holding onto my arm like I might disappear if she let go. That Italian place Ryan loves, you know the one with the breadsticks. We can all celebrate together as a family.
Where is this key holder?
She had no idea. Absolutely none. And honestly, it was almost funny. I just nodded. Sure, sounds good. Ryan finally caught up to us, grinning, his graduation gown unzipped and hanging off one shoulder. He had his phone in one hand, probably mid-text. There's my brother, he said, clapping me on the back. We did it, man. We actually did it. Ryan sat at the table. My sheriff. The waiter came over and Ryan ordered an appetizer for the whole table without asking anyone. Some kind of calamari thing.
said flatly. Misrepresentation to the deceased, resulting in unjust enrichment. Your parents lied to obtain financial benefit they weren't entitled to, and your brother received that benefit. What do? I asked. She leaned back in her chair. We file a civil claim. Fraudulent misrepresentation. We go after the $48,000 they redirected to your brother, plus documented damages for the financial hardship you endured as a direct result of their lie. We cite this letter as proof of intent and third-party corroboration. She paused. And we see if they want to settle, or if they want to fight. What if they fight? Then we move out, she said simply. And honestly, we win. This letter is gold. Third-party witness. Dated. Signed. Your grandmother explicitly wrote that she was leaving it with someone in case she'd been lied to. That shows intent and awareness. Any happy decent Joe will see this for what it is. I sat there for a minute, just thinking, then I nodded. Okay, do it. One more thing, Janet said. She wanted to leave it back with the told her, well, I want you to your brother. Don't tell him about the lawsuit. Just ask him casually if he knew where his college money came from. See what he says. Why? Because if he knew, even partially, that the money came from your grandmother and that you were supposed to get half, that's another thing. It shows knowledge. It makes the case stronger. So I did it. That night I called Ryan, kept it light at first, asked him how the apartment hunt was going, whether he'd started packing yet. Then I just slipped it in, casual as anything. Hey, random question. Did you ever know that Grandma was supposed to pay for college? He paused. Not a normal pause. A long one. The kind of pause people do when they're deciding what to say. Then, I thought it was just like savings. You know, mom and dad's savings. I didn't really ask where it came from. Right, I said. Okay, just wondering. Why? He asked. His voice had an edge now. No reason. Just thinking about her lately. Okay. He didn't sound convinced. Well, yeah. I think they mentioned she helped out or something, but I don't really remember the details. Cool. Thanks, man. I hung up. That pause told me everything. He knew. Maybe not the whole story. Maybe not the lie. But he knew something. He knew Grandma had been involved. And he never once mentioned it to me. I called Janet back and told her. Perfect, she said. 3 days later, my mom called. I was in the middle of packing, or at least pretending to pack, when my phone rang. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Her voice was different from the first word. Careful, like she was stepping on ice. Hey, sweetie, just calling to check in. How's everything going? You must be getting ready for the big move, huh? Yeah, I said. Packing. That's exciting. New York, big city. Your father and I are so He never said that. Not once in 4 years. We were just talking about last night, she continued. And about Grandma Ruth, actually. I've just been missing her lately, thinking about her a lot. It's been 2 years, but it still feels fresh, you know? I didn't say anything. Have you heard from anyone on that side of the family recently? She asked. Her cousins, Uncle Jim, anyone? It was too specific, too nervous. She knew something, or suspected something. No, I said.
Voy a sacarte el hígado, socio.
You know how family is. Then she said, okay, I'll let you get back to packing. Love you, sweetie. She hung up before I could respond. I sat there holding my phone, staring at the screen. Then I called Janet. They know, I said. Good, she replied. Let them sweat. The formal legal notice went out certified mail. Janet had drafted it herself. Clean, direct, and absolutely brutal. A civil claim citing fraudulent misrepresentation to Ruth Callahan, deceased, resulting in unjust enrichment of $48,000, plus 4 years of documented financial damages, including lost wages, physical and emotional harm, and educational hardship. She attached copies of the letter, preliminary probate records, and a partial summary of my work schedules and pay stubs. My dad started calling that same day, 4 times in 2 hours. I didn't answer. My mom texted around dinner time. Liam, this is a family matter. Please call us. We need to talk about this. I left it on red. Ryan texted an hour later. What the hell is going on? Dad just called me freaking out. Call us. Why did you tell her I had a scholarship? I repeated. She looked at the floor. My dad tried again. We thought you were always so independent, so smart. We knew you'd figure it out, and you did. Look at you. You graduated. You got the Ford scholarship. You're going to New York. You did it all on your own. Because I had to. Because you could. He said. Ryan needed more help. He's different than you. He had to make a choice. You didn't have to lie to Grandma. I said, my mom saw it. She was dying. She was dying. And we were trying to make that easier. We were trying to make it easier. You didn't think I found out. I finished. Neither of them said anything. You should go. I said. My dad's face went hard. If you go through with this, Liam, you're destroying this family. You understand that? You're tearing us apart over money. No, I said. You did that 4 years ago. I closed the door. Ryan called that night. He didn't say hello. He just started talking the second I picked up. What the hell are you doing, Liam? Seriously, what the hell? I'm doing what I should have done a long time ago. You're suing Mom and Dad, our parents, over something that happened when we were teenagers. They lied to Grandma Ruth so they could steal my inheritance and give it to you. Steal? Jesus, Liam, listen to yourself. They made a parenting decision. They allocated family resources. That's not fraud. That's just life. And now you're trying to destroy them over it? They told a dying woman I had a full scholarship so she'd give you all the money. Ryan went quiet for a second. Then, you don't know that's what happened. I have a letter that says exactly that. A letter from Grandma Ruth. She was on morphine half the time, Liam. She probably didn't even... Don't, I said. My voice came out harder than I meant it to. Don't do that. Don't disrespect her like that. I'm not disrespecting anyone. I'm being realistic. You're going to make them lose the house, Liam. You know that, right? You're going to make them lose everything over your grudge. It's not a grudge. Then what is it? It's the truth. He laughed. Actually laughed. The truth. Right. The truth is you're pissed that you had to and instead of just moving on like a normal person, you're burning everything down. I used that money, Ryan said, his voice rising. I used it for tuition. It's gone. It paid for my education. You can't just come back 4 years later and claw it out of me. That's not how the world works. I know. You know? I know you used it. That's exactly the point. You used money.
Nice, another keystone.
Money that Grandma Ruth set aside for both of us. And Mom and Dad lied so you could have it all. You're going to ruin their lives over this. Yeah, I said quietly. I know. He hung up. Janet called me the next week. I was in the middle of a shift at the diner. My last week there. Finally, when my phone buzzed, I stepped outside into the alley to take the call. We've got movement, she said. Their attorney filed a response. And they're contesting, arguing that your grandmother's decision was fully voluntary, that no misrepresentation occurred, and that the letter is insufficient evidence because it's handwritten, unwitnessed, and represents only one side of the story. What does that mean? It means they're going to fight. Their lawyer is also making a secondary argument, a character argument. He's saying you've been estranged from the family for years, that you cut off contact, and that you're now using a letter from a deceased woman as leverage in what's essentially a family dispute. That's not... I know, Janet said. It's a standard defense strategy. They're trying to paint you as vindictive, the estranged son with an axe to grind. Don't take it personally. It's just legal posturing. What about the letter? The letter is solidly handwritten. Doesn't mean invalid. It's dated. It's signed. It's corroborated.
Alright, let's get those Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
And it directly contradicts their narrative. We're in very good shape. Okay, there's one more thing, Janet said. They've made an initial settlement offer. How much? $15,000. I actually laughed. Standing in a diner alley at 10:30 at night, and I laughed. 15. I told them no, but I wanted you to hear it. I wanted you to know what they think this is worth. Yeah, I said. Thanks. We're going to push forward. I'm going to start pulling full discovery. All financial records related to your grandmother's estate, their tax returns from the relevant years, Ryan's tuition payments, everything. If there's anything else they're hiding, we'll find it. Okay? Get some rest, Liam. This is going to take a few weeks, maybe longer. I hung up and went back inside, finished my shift, mopped the floors, walked home in the dark like I'd done 1,000 times before. A week later, Janet called again. This time it was different, sharper, almost excited. Liam, we found something. What? I pulled the full probate records from your grandmother's estate.
¿Necesita ayuda, caballero?
All associated accounts, transfers, everything that went through probate court. Okay. There's a savings account that wasn't listed in the main will distribution. A separate account your grandmother kept at a credit union. It was specifically labeled 4 grandsons. $11,200 meant to be split equally between you and Ryan upon her death. My stomach dropped. Okay. That account was closed 6 weeks after your grandmother died. The full balance was withdrawn in a single transaction. By who? Your father. He had power of attorney over her estate. He was the executor. He closed the account, withdrew the funds, and according to the records, none of it was ever distributed to you. I had to sit down. I was standing in my apartment, and I actually had to sit down on the floor. They took that too, I said. They took that too. I didn't say anything for a long time. I just sat there on the floor of my apartment, phone
Que los vientos le sean propicios, señor.
This is separate from the will. This is a direct account meant for you, and they took it. It's documented. It's clean. This changes everything. Do it, I said. Already drafting it. When the amended claim hit, everything shifted. Janet filed it on a Thursday.
All right.
Friday afternoon, my parents' attorney had called her office twice. The documentation of the savings account withdrawal, something they clearly had not known we'd find, had blown their defense apart. Their lawyer came back Monday morning with a new offer.
Captain has the helm.
I said it.
Mains out, let's go! Crowd on every inch of sail!
Close down, man your seats!
I ended up at Jerry's diner. I don't even know why. It happened to me. I went inside and sat at the counter. The same counter I used to walk under at 3 a.m. The same stools I used to wipe down with bleach cleaner until my hands cracked. I ordered coffee. The same burnt, terrible coffee I used to drink on my 15-minute breaks when my hands were shaking so bad from exhaustion I could barely hold them up. The night manager recognized me. A guy named Pete. He'd been there the whole 4 years. Real. That you? Yeah, heard you graduated. Congrats, man. Thanks. You coming back for shifts? I shook my head. No, I'm done. I start a new job Monday. Good for you, Pete said. He meant it. You earned it, man. I've never seen anyone work as hard as you did. I sat there for over an hour, just drinking coffee and thinking. The diner was almost empty. Just me and a couple truckers in the corner. Fluorescent lights buzzed. The same buzz I used to hear when we moved. Then I went home and called Janet. I'll take 52, I said. 52. 41 plus the 11 2 in the savings account. I want all of it, not a dollar less. They took every cent that was supposed to be mine. I want every cent back. She was quiet for a second. Then I'll make the call. It took 3 days. My parents' attorney tried to negotiate down. Offered 45, then 48. Janet held firm with 52 before we went over to your call. They agreed on Wednesday. The settlement came through as a wire transfer that afternoon. I was sitting in my apartment when my phone buzzed with a bank notification. I opened the app and stared at the number. $52,000. Just sitting there in my account. I stared at it for a solid 5 minutes. Then I logged into my student loan account. 4 years of debt. $23,000. Accumulated across 8 different loans at varying interest rates. I've been making minimum payments for a year. Chipping away at it $50.
Fire!
I paid it all.
Damn! Got the angle wrong.
It took maybe 50
Ready to fire!
each loan.
No! Give the order, sir!
Years of debt. I sat there in the silence of my apartment.
Fire! Let's go! Get there! All in the sunset!
Cannon ready!
Let out the sail!
Control aloft! Man your seats!
At the window that faced a brick wall. Then I texted Professor Baldwin. Just 2 words. It's settled. He replied almost immediately.
We're not alone, sir!
I put my phone down, got up, walked over to my alarm clock. The same alarm clock I'd had since freshman year. It was still set for 6:45 a.m. 4 years of that alarm. 4 years of stumbling out of bed in the dark, half dead, and
Come here, boys.
I changed it to 7:30 a.m. Then I started packing for real stuff. I pulled out my suitcase, the same one I brought.
There he goes! No refit, all top!
The t-shirts that reeked of grease.
Clues down, handsome wind!
Didn't pack anything from the library.
Stunsails, let's ride this squall!
On your mark, Captain!
Paycheck on Professor Monroe's research assistant job. Blazer, 2 button-down shirts, 2 jeans that actually fit, shoes that weren't falling apart. The kind of things you wear when you're not locking doors and breathing. The kind of things you wear when you have a real job. My first day at Ford and the mom started tomorrow. I zipped up the suitcase, looked around the apartment one last time. Then I turned off the light.
Fire! All exposed like the Scotsman! They're all ready to go, sir! Reloading! Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain!
We're ready, sir!
Fire!
Stay close to her, sir!
Fire! Joey Border, Captain! Fire! Fire! Brace yourself! Ready to spit, sir! Hostile warship closing! Red! There ain't fire! Leave me alone, sir! There, sir! Good shot to crib Now's all but me! Unfurl mains, let's move! Every line, grab a duck on the wind! Load on all the sail we have! Starboard! Floating booty there! Who's up? Eat her stick! Furl! Furl all sail! Do you hear the news? Loose and swim too! We ride the wind for all she's worth!
What is this hunting ground anyways? Bull shark.
Ready to fire, Captain! Press fire! Go to it! Lamas! Hunt! We're ready, sir! Trim the yards off the wind! Loose mainsail! Shall we board it, Captain? Get them aloft! Go! Ready the whaleboat, lads.
There's our prey! Hold fast! Here we go! The beast is hurt! The beast is hurt!
Nice.
Look at the size of him! Well done, Captain.
Crowd on all the... to the small window that looked out over the parking lot. There were 3 cars and a handicapped van. No Hudson, no officiant, nothing. I called him. It rang twice and went to voicemail. I didn't leave a message. I sat back down at the vanity and looked at myself in the cheap fluorescent light. My mother had picked these pearl combs for me before she died. She'd worn them at her own wedding. I touched them and tried to think of what she would have done. She would have walked out. I knew. She would have walked out and never looked back. I picked up my purse and the bouquet I grabbed from the grocery store on the way over because Hudson had said his sister was bringing the real flowers. I walked out of the bridal suite, down the marble hallway, and out onto the courthouse steps. The heat hit me like a wall. May in Charleston is already summer. I stood there in my cream dress on the top step and realized I had no plan, no destination, and no one to call. My father was in Arizona with his second wife. My older brother was deployed. My closest...
Hi, I'm Randy Abel, and I'm here with Pastor Carlos for our team ministry. And this Sunday is Family Day. It's going to be one of the greatest days of the year here at ministry. We want all out to make a fantastic day. So if my
girlfriend lived in Denver and had just had a baby. So, I walked. There was a coffee shop 2 blocks down called The Drowsy Poet. I'd been there 100 times. I went in, sat down at the table by the window, and ordered a cold brew with 2 shots of espresso because I figured if I was going to fall apart, I might as well be caffeinated. That's when I noticed the man at the next table. He was probably mid-30s, wearing a navy suit that looked expensive and quiet lane, and he was staring at his phone with the exact same expression I'd been wearing 20 minutes earlier. White-faced, frozen, needing something from the process. I don't know why I spoke to him. I think I just couldn't be alone with my own face anymore. Bad news. I said. He looked up. His eyes were the kind of gray that looks blue in some lights. He took in my dress, the bouquet, the smudged mascara I hadn't realized was running, and something in his face shifted. My fiance just told me she's been sleeping with my business partner for 18 months, he said. She just
Travis?
sent me a text from the channel.
What tide brings you?
I'm sitting here.
Dressed the part of an assassin, still I don't know your face.
Name's Kenway. I'm here to warn you of a threat to your bureau.
And it came out broken and ugly. What?
Yes, I have noticed some suspicious men lurking about.
Currently at Hampton Hall, married.
I believe they work for a network Templar called Upton.
Text 20 minutes ago.
Could you
He stared at me. Then he started
eliminate them for me?
quiet.
Oh, I may be persuaded.
The kind you make when
For a
you've
price.
already tried everything you
You wouldn't happen to know anything about a Templar key, would you?
I have the screenshots.
I'm sure you may find it among Upton's men.
He sat there for
If
a minute. Both
I'll
of
tell
us
you where they are.
people laugh when something has broken.
You've got yourself a deal.
We can't yet decide if it's tragic or absurd. His name was Thatcher Wilmot. He was an attorney. He'd flown in from Atlanta the night before for a wedding he no longer had. He had no return flight booked because he wasn't supposed to be one. I told him my name and what I did, and the whole story of the morning. He told me about Whitney too, except his Whitney was a man named Brett, who had been at his bachelor party 2 weeks ago. We sat in that coffee shop until almost 3 in the afternoon. We ate stale croissants. He asked me what I was going to do about the job, about the apartment we shared, about the wedding gifts that had been arriving at our place for 3 weeks. I asked him if he had family to call. He said his mother had died when he was 16, and his father lived in Maine and didn't really do
Wanted?
Around 2:30, the woman behind the counter and older black woman
Transported to his residence instead. For what? What's he gonna do? I don't know. Store them? Smuggle them?
smiling for real. We're celebrating our
smuggle them away from his own smuggling operation.
I know. It sounds ridiculous, but a job's a job.
Right.
She said she was 30 years old. She had been alive a long time and had stopped being surprised by very much. Well, she said, you're both already dressed. We're already in the same room. The courthouse is open until 5. I'd say the universe is being pretty obvious. I laughed again. Thatcher didn't. You looked at me.
Smuggling from a smuggling.
He said, very slowly, he said, like he was trying to hold me.
Hey, you never think about that word, smuggler. Rather funny, ain't it?
Ideal worst case
Whoever thinks about words.
Motherfucker, that did not do what I tried to have it do.
name is in a city where you no longer want to live. I have a house in Atlanta with 3 empty bedrooms and a job that needs a paralegal who knows finance, which you do. I'm not asking you to love me. I'm asking you to come with me because right now, I'm sitting with a stranger I just laughed with and alone. I looked at the woman behind the counter. She raised her
Transport into his residence instead.
But why? What's he gonna do with them?
She said, this one
I don't know. Store them, smuggle them.
Smuggle them away from his own smuggling operation.
I know. It sounds ridiculous, but a job's a job.
I suppose you're right. Smuggling from a smuggling. Hey, did you ever think about that word, smuggler? Rather funny, ain't it? But say, smuggler.
You're right. It does have a kind of a funny ring to it. Smuggler!
Here, wait. Maybe we shouldn't be saying it quite so loud then.
On account of it being smuggling?
Right.
Right.
I didn't go back to the apartment. Thatcher waited in his rental car outside while I went up alone. I packed 2
The others be waiting for us when we get there.
Yes. This should be easy.
So we move the goods, then we go to the inn.
Oh, we should be so lucky.
Oh, look, there they are.
Hello.
His house was in a neighborhood in a tree-lined street with old craftsman homes and porches with rocking chairs on them. The house was bigger than I'd expected. He showed me to a guest room on the 2nd floor with windows that looked out over a magnolia tree, and he said, "Stay as long as you need. I'll figure the rest out tomorrow." Laying in that bed in a stranger's house in a city I'd been to twice, and I cried for the first time all day. 3 weeks later, I knew I was pregnant. I had suspected for a while. I'd been sick in the mornings even before the wedding, and my period was late, but I'd attributed all of it to wedding stress. By the time I bought the test at a drugstore in Decatur, I think I already knew what it would say. The baby was Hudson's. There was no question. The timing made it impossible for it to be anyone else's. I sat on the edge of the bathtub in Thatcher's guest bathroom and stared at the 2 pink lines and tried to figure out how to tell a man I had legally married 3 weeks ago, but didn't know that I was carrying another man's child. I told him that night at the kitchen table. I'd made pasta. He brought home a bottle of wine, and I had to wave it off. I'm pregnant, I said. It's not yours, obviously. It's his. I just found out today. He said, "Settle down." He looked at me for a moment.
Stop!
Are you keeping it?
I am Upton Travers, Bureau Leader.
What?
He picked up the bottle and walked
Is Vance your...
My blood brother. We work together. And those were not Templars that you killed. They were my workers.
Don't blame me. Your brother ordered it.
Does he mean to use it?
I don't know, mate. I'm only after a Templar key.
A what? I need for you to tell me everything.
Why should I trust you?
Meet me at the Bureau. I'll show you.
Oh, bother.
Okay.
Ahoy!
He went from concerned to demanding to threatening. He said he had rights. He said he would sue for custody. He said his family had attorneys who would destroy me. He said I was unstable for marrying a stranger in a coffee shop, and there wasn't a court in the country that would let him raise his child. I forwarded all of them to Thatcher. He went to the kitchen table that night, his face very still. When he finished, he set his phone down and looked at me. I want to be clear about something, he said. I'm not going to make any decisions for you here. This is your child. This is your situation. Whatever you want to do, I will help you do it. But if you want to fight him, I have the right to fight him. Do you understand what
21,
you'd really go to court for a baby that isn't yours?
28, 38, 48, 53,
If you'll let it. I didn't say anything. I think I just nodded.
6, 775 or 70, 7,075.
With mahogany furniture and 3 names on the door. Thatcher had a colleague at his firm in Atlanta named Kareem Olfemi take the case because he said he was too close to it to be objective. Kareem was gentle and serious and built like a former football player, and he became one of my closest friends over the next 8 months. The Vanderbilts came at us with everything. They claimed I was mentally unstable. They produced witnesses, mostly people from Hudson's office, who testified that I'd been erratic in the weeks before the wedding. They got Whitney to write an affidavit saying I had been jealous and possessive and had threatened her. They tried to argue that my marriage to Thatcher was a fraud designed to give my child a stable home environment for legal purposes, which I will say was technically not entirely wrong, except that by then it had stopped being true. Thatcher came to every hearing. He sat behind me. He held my hand when I cried in the hallway. He made me eat lunch when I forgot to. He came to my movie appointments and held my hair back when the morning sickness came back in the 3rd trimester. In December, when I was 7 months along, I lost the baby. I had been in the courthouse that morning. The Vanderloos attorney had spent 2 hours questioning me about my marriage, about my mental state, about whether I was financially stable enough to be a single mother. I'd held it together in the courtroom. Then I'd gone home and sat down on the couch and felt something wrong. I was in the hospital for 3 days. Thatcher slept in the chair next to my bed every night. He held my hand when they took the baby out of me. He cried when I cried. He didn't say a single useful thing because there isn't a single useful thing to say. He just stayed. The case got dropped after that.
Good fortune attending.
Hudson sent flowers to the hospital.
Alright, I like that outfit.
I came home to Thatcher's house, our house by then, although neither of us had said so out loud, and I didn't get out of bed for 2 weeks. He was the one who suggested adoption 8 months later, when I was finally able to talk about wanting to be a mother again without breaking apart. We were on the back porch one night, early August. The cicadas were loud. He was hanging here. I was drinking sweet tea. We hadn't touched each other yet beyond hand-holding, and neither of us had said anything about what we were
My
to each
lovesick
other.
idiot of a brother has misled you.
Start from the start, mate.
Recently, our trade introduced us to a formidable woman, Jing Lang, a pirate from the farthest seas of the Orient.
Intriguing.
She and Vance quickly became inseparable.
Any reason he should have thought your men were spies?
Well, there is the treasure.
Oh?
A pirate sold us a map. We each kept half. Come, I will meet him now. If you follow with discretion, you may hear it for yourself. Follow me at a distance. If anyone sees you, tell them you are my bodyguard. There are thieves about who would stop at nothing to secure either half of the map. Hide! You'll be here soon.
Pokeballs out.
Good day, my brother. Good day, brother. Stranger, perhaps? I barely knew you. And if the whispers around town are to be believed, you would have me gone and done away with.
I'm just calm. You know better than to give them gossip. That's always too small. Broken tongues turn everything to sentimental comedy.
It's domestic tragedy I'm trying to avoid.
Well said, brother. No stronger bonds than family. It's business. Goodness knows we have more than enough of that between us as well.
That is true, brother. That is very true. And what a business it is. I'm sure neither of us would ever do anything to upset the balance.
Why? Why? Now tell me. Daughter.
It?
My house is the map. Calls the map.
The map to the treasure. To our legacy.
The very one. I have mine. Where is yours?
That you know I feel we must protect that treasure utmost.
The contrary. That map is our protection. Its treasure, our freedom.
All the more reason to keep it buried. Safely.
Have you no imagination? Can you not imagine the luxurious life that awaits us once we unearth its bounty?
I really don't think
the Travers estate and plantations. No more smuggling. No more organizing men. No shipments. No peace. Why not begin now?
Advance. I'm sure your future will unfold soon.
What do you mean? What do you imply?
I am not implying. I am merely asking. You as the lady of the house. Good day, brother. If I may still call you that.
Why? What else would you call me?
Stranger, perhaps? I barely knew you. And if the whispers around town are to be believed, you would have me gone and done away with.
Up to car. You know better than to That's always too small. Open tongues turn everything to sentimental comedy.
It's domestic tragedy I'm trying to avoid.
Well said, brother. No stronger bonds than family. Business. Goodness knows we have more than enough of that between us as well.
It's true, brother. That is very true. And what a business it is. I'm sure neither of us would ever do anything to upset the balance of things.
Quite. Quite. Now tell me.
It, my house, the map to the treasure, to our legacy.
The very one. I have mine. Where is yours?
That you know I feel we must protect that treasure with utmost caution.
On the contrary, that map is our protection. Its treasure, our freedom.
All the more reason to keep it buried safely.
Have you no imagination? Can you not imagine the luxurious life that awaits us once we unearth its bounty?
I really don't think that
the Travers estate plantations. No more smuggling. No more organizing men. No shipments. No peace. Why not begin now?
Advance. Are you sure?
I am not.
Do you really imagine Jing as the lady of the house? Mistress of servants, brood mother?
Or should I not imagine? You question her love, her fitness?
Of course not. But knowing her as you do, you must appreciate that she is a woman of action. She needs the sea, challenge. How will she adapt to a quiet, domestic life?
thing is none of your concern.
Vance, do you intend to marry her?
Of course.
It pains me to tell you, but I do not believe she will consent to it.
Oh, what gives you such insight into her heart?
In addition to her nation, I simply do not believe she is exactly what she says she is.
Jealous?
Jealous? No.
Yes!
I only worry for your safety.
You always had to be the favourite child, the golden boy. She would give her all to me. It's not even second glance.
I have no privilege, only consent. Good day, brother. If I may still call you that.
Why? What else would you call me?
Stranger, perhaps? I barely knew you. And if the whispers around town are to believe, you would have me gone and done away with.
Up to town. You know better than to give it to gossip. That's always too small. Sometimes turn everything to sentimental comedy.
It's domestic tragedy I'm trying to avoid.
Well said, brother. No stronger bonds than family. It's a business. Goodness knows we have more than enough of that between us as well.
That is true, brother. That is very true. And what a business it is. I'm sure neither of us could ever do anything.
Now tell me. You brought
it? My half of the map?
The map. Of course the map.
The map to the treasure. To our legacy.
That very one. I have mine. What was yours?
Vance, you know I feel we must protect that treasure with utmost caution.
On the contrary, that map is our protection. It's treasure.
All the more reason to keep it buried.
Have you no imagination? Can you not imagine the luxurious life of waste
I really don't think
Travers State Plantations. No more slugging. No more Mirage Remaining. No shipment. No this. Why not begin now?
Vance, are you sure your future will unfold so easily?
What do you mean? What do you imply?
I am not implying, I am merely asking. Do you really imagine the lady
all the undercover this camera in the to get involved, harassing Chris for filming the scene and alleging that he is the victim.
What the fuck?
Hey, my brother.
Good day, brother. If I may still call you that.
What else would you call me?
Stranger, perhaps? I barely knew you. And if the whispers around town are to believe, you would have me gone and done away with.
Up to town. You know better than to gossip. That's always too small. Local tongues turn everything to sentimental comedy.
It's domestic tragedy I'm trying to avoid.
Well said, brother. No stronger bonds than family. Except business. Goodness knows we have more than enough of that between us as well.
That is true, brother. That is very true. And what a business it is. I'm sure neither of us would ever do anything to upset the balance.
Quite. Now tell me.
My heart. The map to the treasure. To our legacy.
That very one. I have mine. Where is yours?
Vance, you know I feel we must protect that treasure with utmost caution.
That map is our protection. Treasure.
Ex-officer Red was fired for cheating on his wife with another officer.
All the more reason to keep it buried.
Have you no imagination? Can you not imagine the luxurious life and weight of the American family?
I really don't think
Travers State Plantations. No more slugging. No more Mirage Remaining. No shipments. No risk. Why not begin now?
Vance, are you sure your future will unfold soon?
What do you mean?
I am not in the fight. I am merely asking. Do you really imagine Jane as the lady of the house? Of course not. But knowing her as you do, you must appreciate that she is a woman of action. She needs the sea, challenge. How will she adapt to a quiet domestic life?
Jane is none of your concern.
Vance, do you intend to marry?
Of course.
I do not believe she will consent. In addition, I simply do not believe jealous? No. I only worry for your safety.
The golden boy. It's got to give you a second go.
I have no claims. Only consent.
I will have your half of the map business.
Sharing my video to the department's Facebook page, Chief Jorge Cisneros issued on their social media platforms. It claims that the video had been previously examined internally by APD and that the men were not Anaheim police officers, that they were bail bondsmen attempting a fugitive apprehension.
Stop, you!
The chief is
You stop him!
First of all, the men were allegedly illegally working as bail bondsmen. Did the chief know that? Second is that Corbett was a former Fullerton police sergeant. In 2018, Corbett accepted a court offer requiring him to plead guilty after filing a false police report after prosecutors alleged that he was called to the scene of a DUI crash involving then Fullerton city manager Joe Phelps. Corbett gave the city manager a ride home and reported that he wasn't. The officer avoided jail time by entering a diversion program and doing 80 hours of community service, agreeing to no longer work in law enforcement. Did the chief know that? Finally, is the fact that Peterson was an officer with the Anaheim Police Department but was fired during his rookie year in 2018.
Are you fucking serious?
Chase in a busy neighborhood in which he and his partner fired his enemy 6 shots, most of which through their cruiser's windshield. Did the chief know that? It would be hard to prove that he did, considering that he took the role of chief just 5 months after the incident that cost the city a $2.9 million settlement on top of however much that windshield cost. If he did know, I'd like to ask the residents of Anaheim how they feel about this new information. And finally, after all of the above, the Orange County Grand Jury has indicted Corbett and Peterson for their conduct while working illegally as bail fugitive recovery persons, more commonly known as bounty hunters. Former police officer Roger Jeffrey Corbett and Kevin Andrew Peterson were arraigned on 3 felony counts each of kidnapping, false imprisonment by violence, fraud, deceit, and enhancement with firearm in the commission of a felony.
What am I to tell my order?
This
You
case
know we can't leave until I have to.
examples of widespread corruption and failure that we see throughout law enforcement agencies across the United States. They only seem to do the right thing when they're caught, which is why I implore you to always exercise your First Amendment rights and fill every encounter you have with any state officials. Corbett and Peterson's arraignment is scheduled for Wednesday, June 29th. I will do my best to keep you informed as their case moves forward.
What am I to tell my order? You know we can't
I
leave
am
until
still
I
trying
have
to
to.
find a lawyer for Chris that will file a federal civil rights lawsuit on his
Your
behalf.
loyalty makes you suffer. I think you're not man enough to see it through.
It is all but done. I've hired a man. In moments, a blood will be over. A man will be over.
You hired a man? Did Kane hire a man? No, Kane was a man. Come to the field, he said to Abel. And he did it himself. He did not require a third man to carry the axe.
Did not have so many witnesses as we do in their soul. Trust me, he's doing it now.
Right this moment?
Nothing can save him now.
Then the federal judge presiding asked my husband to approach, whispered something. By 4:47 p.m., my father's attorney was calling. The voicemail said, "Sir, the deed to your building is." My father stood up at table 6 with a champagne float in his hand and that particular tilt to his chin that meant he was about to perform. was sitting at the head table with Kevin. My fiancé, my hand was on his knee under the tablecloth. I felt his blood tighten. Now, I've been patient, my father said. And right there, I knew. Because Gerald Ashford has never been patient about anything in his life. And when he claims patience, what he really means is that he's been loading a cannon. I've met the young man. I've shaken his hand. I've sat across from him.
Alright, Pokeball's out.
Or was it that 4th of July where the grill caught fire? Polite laughter from a few aunts. My father smiled. The cannon was still loaded. And I like it. I do. He's willing. He's got a decent handshake. He paused. Sipped. Set the glass down. But I have to ask what we're all thinking. Nobody was thinking it. A security guard. He let the two words sit in the air like a stain on white linen. Really? The room didn't gasp. That's what people imagine. But what actually happened was worse. A silence that had texture. I could hear emergency brakes click against her ladder glass. I could hear my cousin Tenley exhale through her nose. 37 people, and not one of them made a sound. Because they were all calculating the same thing. Which side of this to be on? I didn't move. Colum's hand found mine under the table and held it. Not squeezing. Not shaking. Just my father was still going. I mean, sweetheart, you went to Eastwood. You graduated soon. You had that offer from Harvard, and you're going to walk down the aisle with Fernando. And I don't mean this unkindly. Stands in a lobby. He's director of operations for federal courthouse security. Dead. He wears a badge with his name on it. That was the line. Not because it was the cruelest thing he'd ever said. Gerald Ashford had been cruel about Callum in smaller, more surgical ways for 2 years, but because he said it to 37 people. Because he picked them up in a rented more than I had paid for. And he did it on purpose. Everything Gerald Ashford does is on purpose. You don't build a commercial real estate portfolio across 3 states by accident. You don't humiliate your daughter's fiancé by accident either. This wasn't the first time he tried it. The campaign had been ongoing since the first dinner where I brought Callum home when my father asked him what he did. And Callum told him, and my father said, oh, security. Like, all security. And I watched Callum absorb the way he absorbs everything. That quiet steadiness that my father has never understood because Gerald
I believe I just saved your life, man.
Thanks. He said he would kill me. I thought it was bluster. He is my brother. Despite what you told me, I thought it meant something.
You're safe for now. But perhaps a trip away from Nassau would do you some good.
Except then she did something. My mother, Vivian Ashford, who had spent 31 years managing that man's moods and his messes and his opinions.
I really sucked at this whole stealth bit.
The ivory Chanel jacket she'd bought for the weekend, and she reached into her clutch. She pulled out the thick cream envelope that held her invitation to the wedding, the custom letterpressed one that I had made at Bonneville Stationery on 3rd Street, and she set it on the table in front of my father's plate. She didn't throw it. She didn't slam it. She placed it there like she was returning a library book. Gerald, she said. He stopped talking. This, in itself, was remarkable. My father does not stop talking when my father speaks. He barely pauses. That's my invitation, she said. She'd arrived at 7:30 with 2 garbage bags and a
Alright,
small
we
box
have
of hairpins she'd been saving since her
emergency
own wedding.
responders
She didn't mention
here.
my father. She didn't mention the rehearsal dinner. She just sit in my dress, fixed the train, and said, "You look like yourself," which is exactly right. My cousin Tenley did my makeup. My friend Rashida from law school held a mirror while I adjusted the veil. The room smelled like hairspray and gardenias, and the particular
Hello, Coffee of Death.
inside every bridal suite, which is less about whether
And
we made
Darth
the right choice,
Gouda.
but whether the caterer remembered the dietary restrictions. At 2:15, the coordinator, a woman named Marguerite with a
Alright, so it is that time of the evening, folks.
knocked on the door. "We're 15 minutes out," she said. "Is your father?" "I'm walking alone." Marguerite didn't blink. She'd been doing this for 20 years. She adjusted something on her clipboard and said, "I'll cue the music for a solo entrance. Slower tempo? Regular tempo." "Got it." My mother hugged me. She didn't cry. Ashford women don't cry in public. It's not a rule anyone understand. It's just something we absorbed through decades of watching our mothers and grandmothers hold it together at funerals and divorces and IRS audits. She pressed her cheek to mine and whispered, "Walk tall." I walked alone, down the long center aisle of the Pemberton County Courthouse, and I should explain this, because it matters. We didn't get married in a church or a garden or a barn strung with fairy lights. We got married in a courthouse, the federal courthouse at 800
See
Ashford
about
Drive.
finding
because
me
that's
a
where Kevin
raid
works.
target.
He'd spent 9 years in that building. When we talked about venues, I'd said, "Where do you feel most like yourself?" And he'd said,
Alright, so we are going to raid to a streamer named Dan Taruga, who's also playing Black Flag. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, make sure you show that love and respect to streamers that you watch, alright? We really do appreciate it. It 100% makes our fucking day. Alright? It means the world to us. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, then quite honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, I will be back tomorrow and Sunday. And then off on Monday. So this is your immortal Sith Emperor saying, signing the fuck out. Later, bitches.